Carl Jung spent more than 40 years descending into the darkest corridors of the human psyche. He mapped the unconscious. He named the shadow. He documented what happens when the hidden forces inside a person go unrecognized, uncontrolled, and unclaimed. He called it psychological possession. He called it the inflation of the ego. He called it the chaos that devours men from the inside out. But 3,000 years before Jung gave these forces a name, one man had already conquered them. His name was Solomon, king of Israel, son of David, and the wealthiest human being who has ever walked the surface of this earth. Forget the Forbes list for a moment. Forget Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and the titans of Silicon Valley. If we were to adjust King Solomon's fortune to today's inflation, historians and economists estimate that his net worth would have surpassed $2.2 trillion. Let that number settle inside you. 2.2 trillion. Imagine a wealth so staggering, so incomprehensible in its scale, that silver was treated as ordinary as pebbles in the streets of Jerusalem. Not gold, silver, lying in the road like gravel. Imagine a commercial network that connected entire continents. A fleet of ships dispatched to distant lands, returning every 3 years laden with gold from Ophir, exotic spices, ivory, and creatures never before seen in the Middle East. Imagine a reputation so magnetic, so electrically alive, that monarchs from nations separated by months of desert travel willingly made the journey just to sit in the same room and hear his voice. The official story you were handed says he was simply blessed, that he asked for wisdom, and God gave him wealth as a bonus. End of story. Close the book, move on. But the mystery schools have kept a different version for 3,000 years. The Freemasons preserved it in their architecture. The Kabbalists encoded it in the Hebrew letters. The alchemists embedded it in their metaphors of lead and gold. And Carl Jung, working from a completely different direction, the direction of modern depth psychology, arrived at the same destination. Jung wrote in his autobiography that the confrontation with the unconscious was the most important experience of his life. He discovered that within every human being there exist forces of tremendous power, forces that, if ignored, will destroy you from within, forces that, if integrated and directed, will make you extraordinary. Solomon called them demons. Jung called them the shadow. They are the same thing wearing different costumes across different centuries. Solomon possessed something Jung would have recognized immediately: an advanced mental operating system, a precise understanding of the metaphysical laws that govern the material world, and most crucially, a method, a code for subduing the chaotic forces of his own inner kingdom and putting them to work in service of his highest vision. Legend says Solomon possessed a magical ring engraved with a sacred seal. With this ring, he commanded 72 demons and forced them to construct the most sacred building in human history, the Temple of Jerusalem. For centuries, treasure hunters have searched the earth for this physical ring, believing that if they could possess the object, they would possess the power. What naive thinking! If you found Solomon's physical ring today and slipped it onto your finger, nothing would happen. It would be cold metal against skin, nothing more. Because the Ring of Solomon is not an object. It never was. The ring is a state of consciousness. The ring is the sovereign will, the capacity of a fully awakened human being to observe the raging forces within them and choose, with absolute authority, what those forces will build. Today, Carl Jung philosophy is going to deliver that ring to you. We are going to decode the 10 master keys that transformed a mortal man into an eternal legend. We will reveal how to structure your mind, the temple, to manifest true power. We will expose how the way you speak creates or destroys your reality. We will teach you to distinguish truth from manipulation with the precision of a blade. We will decode the energetic nature of money and why you repel what you say you desire. We will unlock the secret of magnetic attraction, why Solomon never chased opportunity, and why opportunity crossed deserts to find him. We will synchronize your inner clock with the rhythms of the cosmos. We will confront the ego's most dangerous illusions. We will reveal the architecture of power networks. And we will study in unflinching detail the fall, so that you do not repeat it. This is not a religious text. This is not mythology for entertainment. This is a manual for the engineering of reality. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Solomon said it differently. He said, "Put on the ring, take your throne, and make the demons build your temple." We are here to show you they were saying the same thing. The knowledge of the ancients is now in your hands. The path to your own kingdom begins with your first step into the wisdom of the King. Step forward and claim what has always been yours. Chapter 1: The Ring of Power, Mental Mastery. Close your eyes and hold this image in your mind. We are in the Judean desert, 3,000 years ago. The sun is a white hammer driving heat into cracked earth. King Solomon sits upon his throne of ivory overlaid with gold. Around him, the air itself seems to vibrate, charged with something that has no name in ordinary language. In front of him, there are no ambassadors, no generals, no priests attending with incense and ceremony. In front of him, there are shadows, creatures of smoke and fire, beasts with eyes like burning coal, entities that embody everything humanity most fears in itself. Chaos, destruction, lust without boundary, rage without end. These are the jinn, the demons of legend, the 72 princes of the unconscious made visible and terrible. Any other man would have shattered, would have fled, would have fallen to his knees begging for mercy, or gone mad on the spot. But Solomon is still. His breath is measured. His gaze is forged steel. Every muscle in his body rests in perfect equilibrium. He is not suppressing his fear. He has placed his fear in the vessel, and the vessel is sealed. He is the master of this moment, and every creature in the room knows it in the same way that prey animals know when a predator has entered. He raises his right hand. On his finger, a ring catches the light. Engraved upon its face is a geometric seal, two interlocking triangles forming a six-pointed star, the Star of David. The hexagram, the union of heaven and earth, fire and water, the above and the below. When the beasts see the ring, they lower their heads. The chaos stops as though a hand has been placed over a flame. Solomon speaks in a voice that carries absolute authority while remaining utterly calm. "Build my temple." And they obey. These creatures, whose entire nature bends toward destruction, who have never in their existence built anything, begin to cut stone, smelt metal, and raise the most sacred structure in the ancient world. The demons become architects. The chaos becomes creation. The darkness builds the house of light. This is the legend, and Carl Jung, reading it 3,000 years later through the lens of analytical psychology, would have recognized it instantly. Because this is not a fairy tale about supernatural beings. This is the most precise psychological diagram of what happens when a human being achieves genuine sovereignty over their own inner forces. Jung spent his career documenting what happens when this sovereignty is absent, when the king's throne is empty and the demons run the kingdom. He watched patients destroy their marriages because unrecognized rage controlled their tongues. He watched brilliant minds collapse because unintegrated fear paralyzed every decision. He watched people self-sabotage at the precise moment of breakthrough, unconscious demons yanking the crown from their own heads. Jung called this possession. He said that when the unconscious is not made conscious, it does not disappear. It simply takes the wheel. And a demon at the wheel is catastrophe wearing human clothing. This is where you live right now, if you are honest with yourself. Not because you are weak, not because you are broken, but because no one handed you the ring. No one showed you that the wheel was even there to be claimed. Today, we hand you the ring. The anatomy of your demons. To master what lives inside you, you must first stop being afraid to look at it clearly. Religion taught you to fear your darkness. It told you that your destructive impulses, your obsessive desires, your volcanic anger, your compulsive cravings, these were sins, filth, evidence of your fallen nature. The prescription was to pray them away, suppress them into the basement of your being, paste a smile over the entrance, and pretend to be good. Carl Jung had a different diagnosis entirely. He called this suppression the creation of the shadow, and he documented with clinical precision how everything pushed into the unconscious does not dissolve. It grows stronger in the dark, it accumulates charge, and it erupts, always at the worst possible moment, in forms you cannot predict or control. Solomon, working from a completely different tradition, arrived at the identical conclusion thousands of years earlier. The demons are not the problem. Suppression is the problem. The code says, energy is neither created nor destroyed, only redirected. Think honestly about what these forces actually contain. How much raw power does a man possessed by rage carry inside him? He can work through the night without rest. He can lift what should be unliftable. He can sustain effort for 20 straight hours driven by pure resentment. That is nuclear force. That is an engine that could move mountains if it were pointed at something worthy. How much energy does a person consumed by desire carry? History is littered with empires, symphonies, scientific breakthroughs, and architectural marvels that were born from desire that refused to be satisfied. The ocean crossings, the wars, the revolutionary art, all of it driven by the same force that, uncontrolled, becomes addiction and ruin. How much force lives in fear? Fear can make an ordinary person run faster than they thought possible, endure what should be unendurable, perceive threats with a precision that borders on supernatural. These are not weaknesses. These are engines. The problem is not that the engines exist inside you. The problem is that in your inner kingdom, the throne is empty. No one is driving. The demons are in the driver's seat, and you call it your personality. Rage uncontrolled becomes violence, imprisonment, destroyed relationships. Lust uncontrolled becomes addiction, broken families, a life spent chasing the next hit of temporary relief. Fear uncontrolled becomes paralysis, the inability to act, to decide, to move. Life shrinks to the size of what feels safe. Laziness uncontrolled becomes depression, the complete withdrawal of vital force from engagement with life. Look at your life honestly right now. If you do not have the financial abundance you want, it is not because you lack talent. It is because there is a mutiny on board. Specific parts of you, specific unconscious forces, are actively undermining the king every time he attempts to rise. You tell yourself, "Tomorrow I begin. I will wake early. I will work on what matters. I will change the trajectory of this chapter of my life." And at 6 a.m., a voice that is not your highest self whispers, "It's cold. You're tired. What's the point? Sleep a little more." And the demon of inertia speaks, and you, not yet wearing the ring, obey it. You hand the crown to the voice in your head. You become a subject of your own unconscious. Every time you break a promise to yourself, you abdicate the throne. You are kissing the feet of the beast inside your own house. The ring as technology of will. So what precisely is the ring? The ring represents the I am, the self-aware consciousness that creates a gap between impulse and response, the gap in which every meaningful choice is made. An animal has no gap. The dog is hungry, so the dog eats. The dog is afraid, so the dog bites. There is no distance between the impulse and the action. The impulse is the action. The animal is its impulses, completely. But a human being wearing the ring is different. The king has impulses, hunger, rage, desire, fear. But the king is not those impulses. He observes them from the throne. The ring creates the distance. The ring is the capacity to watch the demon screaming inside you and respond with, "I hear you. I see your energy. But the energy belongs to me, and I choose where it goes." Solomon's seal bore what tradition calls the ineffable name of authority. Not a magic word, but a vibration. The frequency of someone who does not negotiate with their own mind. This is the key distinction Jung made repeatedly throughout his work. The difference between being the unconscious and having the unconscious. Slaves negotiate. They say, "Maybe just this once. It won't matter. Just for today. I'll start again tomorrow." Kings decree. The king says, "We go to the gym." The body complains. The demons growl. But the body moves because the king has issued an order, and orders are not subject to debate. Look at the internal dialogue running through your mind right now. Is it the committee of slaves, weighing, debating, bargaining, making exceptions? Or is it the voice of a sovereign who has decided? By exercising this sovereignty daily, by consciously choosing the harder response when every impulse screams for the easier one, the gold in the ring thickens. The demons of doubt begin to understand, through the only language they comprehend, which is consistency, that their master has returned home. Why you need the demons. Here is the most radical insight in Solomon's Code. The part that organized religion has spent 3,000 years trying to hide from you. Solomon did not use angels to build the temple. He used demons. And he did this deliberately. Because angels, beings of pure light, pure intellect, pure elevated frequency, do not have hands capable of moving stone. Angels are extraordinary for inspiration. They are architects of vision and idea. They live in the realm of pure form. But to move tons of physical rock out of the earth, to sweat in the heat and dig through resistant matter, to forge metal and cut stone with precision, for this, you need brute force. You need the density and the drive of the lower realms. You need hunger. You need the visceral, animal urgency of desire. This is a truth that makes comfortable spiritual people deeply uncomfortable. If you have completely suppressed every shadow impulse in service of spiritual purity, you will be peaceful and utterly ineffective in the material world. You will meditate beautifully and remain financially helpless. To build things in the dense world of matter, and money is dense matter, the solidified crystallization of energy and effort, you need a controlled measure of hunger. Ambition, which is tamed greed, competitive fire, which is channeled aggression, the drive to prove something, which is pride pointing upward rather than outward. Solomon took the demon of avarice and said, "I appreciate your hunger. I am not going to let you steal or exploit. But that energy you carry, that relentless craving for more, I am going to aim it at building the greatest trade network the ancient world has ever seen. You will bring me gold, under my terms, in service of my vision. and avarice, redirected, became prosperity. He took the demon of pride and said, "I appreciate your desire for greatness. I will not let you humiliate or diminish others." But that energy, that burning need to be recognized as extraordinary, I am going to channel it into building a temple so magnificent that the entire world is struck breathless by what human hands can achieve. And pride, redirected, became majesty. This is alchemical transmutation. This is what Jung called integration of the shadow. Not the destruction of the dark material, but its conscious redirection toward the highest possible purpose. Your traumatic past, your wounds, your complexes, your rage at injustice, your desperate hunger for something more, your grief, your burning shame, all of it is raw atomic energy, free fuel, sitting in the basement of your psyche, waiting for someone with enough authority to point it at something worthy. The richest and most powerful people in history were not those without shadows. They were those who had put their shadows to work on the great work. By aligning your darkest drives with your highest vision, you create a synergy that neither the purely spiritual nor the purely material can ever achieve. You become a complete being, a sovereign who commands both the heights of spirit and the depths of matter. The hexagram seal, as above, so below. The symbol on Solomon's ring is the six-pointed star, a triangle pointing upward, representing fire, spirit, the masculine principle, interlocked with a triangle pointing downward, representing water, matter, the feminine principle. Perfect balance in a single image. Solomon stands at the center of this symbol. He is not a pure ascetic, the monk who flees the world to meditate on mountaintops. He is not a pure hedonist, the barbarian enslaved to appetite. He is the bridge. He pulls heaven down into earth. He brings the infinite into form. This is what Jung described when he spoke of the transcendent function, the capacity of consciousness to hold the tension between opposites without collapsing into either one. Not spirit or matter, not light or darkness, both simultaneously integrated in service of a purpose that honors both dimensions. The ring reminds you that you carry dual citizenship. You are a citizen of heaven. Your consciousness is divine capacity. You are also a citizen of earth. Your body is animal, instinctual, dense. Your work is to bring the order of heaven into the chaos of earth, to be the gardener in what would otherwise be a jungle of weeds. A mind without will becomes an asylum of anxieties. You are the gardener. The ring is your pruning tool. The resistance test. Do not imagine that this will be easy. The moment you decide to claim the throne, the demons will rebel. This is not metaphor. This is systemic law, documented in every tradition that has ever mapped the inner world. When a teacher enters a chaotic classroom, the children do not immediately sit down. First, they get louder. They push harder. They need to know, is this authority real or is it performance? The demons inside you will do exactly the same. The moment you decide, I am going to build something real. I am going to discipline my body. I am going to honor my word. I am going to pursue what matters. The voices of doubt, self-sabotage, and manufactured craving will get louder than you have ever heard them. Who do you think you are? You've tried before and failed. This is just another fantasy. You don't have what this requires. They are not attacking you. They are testing you. They are testing the firmness of the ring, testing whether it is forged gold or painted plastic. If you yield, if you say, just for today, just this once, I'll restart tomorrow, the demons learn that the king is not real, and next time they will require even less pressure to reclaim control. But if you hold firm, if you meet the craving, the fear, the inertia, the voices of doubt, and you hold the line without breaking, without bargaining, without capitulating, something shifts. The beast gets tired. More accurately, the beast recognizes a vibration it cannot override, and it submits. Every temptation held and not followed does not disappear. It is integrated. It becomes strength of character, permanently added to the gold of your ring. Every time you do what is necessary instead of what is comfortable, you are doing exactly what Solomon's forge did, purifying the metal by putting it through fire. The demons begin to serve you, not from love, they are not capable of love, but from recognition of undeniable authority. The master has returned. The throne is no longer empty. The brass vessel, the art of containment. Legend records that Solomon enclosed the rebellious demons in brass vessels and sealed them. This is the most practical psychological teaching in the entire code. An emotion uncontained is like a gas. Released freely into the open air, it dissipates. It smells bad. It does nothing constructive. If you compress the same gas into a cylinder, seal it in a vessel, it becomes pressure. And pressure moves pistons. Pressure builds engines. Pressure creates force. The person without containment vents everything they feel the moment they feel it. Angry, they shout. Grieving, they collapse publicly. Overwhelmed with desire, they seek immediate relief regardless of consequence. And in venting, they lose all their pressure. They are a boiler with a broken seal, constantly leaking the very energy that could drive them forward. Solomon teaches the art of silence and strategic containment. If you have a vision, a project, a dream that is beginning to take shape, do not speak it prematurely. This is not superstition. This is hydraulics. The internal pressure you feel around an unrevealed project is the fuel that drives you to build it. The moment you tell everyone, your brain receives the dopamine of the telling and no longer requires the dopamine of the doing. You have released the pressure through your mouth. The project dies in conversation before it is born in reality. If someone offends you, if someone wrongs you, if someone underestimates you, do not explode. That explosive reaction is your most powerful energy escaping without purpose. Seal it. Let it become cold, precise determination. Let it become the fuel that powers the work that will speak so loudly that words become unnecessary. Silence accumulates power. The ring seals the vessel. Now drop this in the comments. 333. My darkness is my fuel. I am the one who decides where it goes. Write it. Own it. Let it land. How to forge your ring today. You will not find the ring in any shop. You forge it daily. Here is the protocol. First, identify your primary demons. Do not call them character flaws or personality traits. Give them faces. Give them names. Is it the demon of immediate gratification, preventing you from building savings or discipline? Is it the demon of rebellion masquerading as laziness? Is it the demon of pride, making you fight battles that cost you allies? See them clearly. Say, I know you are here. I recognize your energy. I know how much force you carry. Second, create the gap. Stop saying, I am lazy. Start saying, I notice the sensation of inertia moving through me. You are not the laziness. You are the consciousness observing it. You are the king watching a difficult subject. This dissociation, this creation of distance, is the ring itself being placed on your finger. Third, decree without debate. When the impulse arises, use the internal voice of command, not hysteria, not self-punishment. A quiet, final, unhurried no. Now we work. Now we move. Without explanation. A king does not explain himself to his impulses. Fourth, give the demon a task. Sublimation. If anxiety is flooding your system, do not try to suppress it sitting still. Give the anxiety somewhere to go. 100 push-ups, a cleaned room, a chapter written. Tell the anxiety, you want to move? We are going to move toward something. You are now Solomon. The danger of removing the ring. There is a story in the Talmud where Solomon, drunk with his own power, removes the ring to show it to the demon Asmodeus as proof of his authority. In that instant, Asmodeus grows until he touches the sky, seizes Solomon, and throws him 400 miles away. The demon takes Solomon's form and sits on his throne. The true king wanders as a homeless beggar for years, telling everyone he is the king and being dismissed as a madman. The lesson could not be more brutal. Power is not a possession. Power is an active relationship with your own vigilance. The moment you remove the ring, the moment you become arrogant enough to believe you no longer need discipline, that you are above the law of your own inner forces, that you have arrived and the work is done, the beast takes control. And the fall is always proportional to the height of the throne you abandoned. History is filled with powerful men and women who conquered external empires only to be devoured by the internal forces they thought they had already tamed. The ring requires no less vigilance on the summit than it did at the base of the mountain. Perhaps more. Keep the ring on. Keep the throne guarded. The work of sovereignty never ends. It simply becomes more rewarding as the temple rises. Chapter 2. The Inner Temple. Order and Structure. Imagine for a moment that you are the universe itself. You are an infinite, generous, and abundantly creative force that wishes to pour its energy in the form of money, love, inspiration, opportunity, and vitality into the vessels that exist in the world below you. You look down and you see two containers. The first is a chalice of pure gold, clean, polished to brilliance, without crack or flaw. Resting on a firm and level pedestal, its structure is impeccable. The second is a cracked plastic bin, dirty, full of holes that leak from every angle, wobbling on a floor covered in debris. In which of these would you pour your most precious resource? The answer requires no thought at all. If you pour the wine into the cracked container, it is simply lost. It drains through the holes and soaks into the dirt. It would be waste. And the universe, operating according to its own intelligence, does not waste energy. It seeks worthy vessels. This is not metaphor for inspiration. This is the operating principle of reality. And King Solomon understood it more deeply than anyone who has ever lived. Before Solomon asked for wealth, before he pursued dominion over nations, before he built the empire that would make his name permanent in human memory, he did one thing, one single thing, with total obsession and absolute focus. He built the container. He spent 7 years constructing the Temple of Jerusalem, 7 years on a single structure. Cedar from Lebanon, gold from Ophir, stones carved with millimeter precision at the quarry so that no iron tool would be heard at the construction site. Curtains of fine linen, everything measured, everything placed according to a precise hierarchy. The outer courtyard where the people gathered, the holy place where only priests could enter, and the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber where the ark resided, accessible to only the high priest once a year. Why this obsession with structure? Why 7 years before a single diplomatic alliance was pursued? Because Solomon knew an unbreakable law. The divine does not inhabit chaos. Order is the prerequisite for inhabitation. Wealth is crystallized structure. Creativity requires architecture. Power needs a container strong enough to hold it. Today, we stop dreaming and begin drawing blueprints. Because the real reason your life is not yet what you know it could be, it is not a lack of talent. It is not a lack of ambition. It is a structural crisis. You are a building in ruins asking to be furnished with luxury items. We take the broom first, the level, the plumb line. We clean the site. We build the inner temple. The principle of correspondence. Written above the entrance to every mystery temple of the ancient world was the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below, as within, so without. Your external reality, your bank account, the condition of your body, your home, your relationships, the opportunities that come to you or pass you by, is a mirror, an exact reflection, not an approximate one, an exact one, of your internal reality, the quality of your discipline, the state of your emotional architecture, the structure or chaos of your daily patterns. This is not philosophy. This is physics applied to consciousness. If your room is in chronic disorder, your mind is in chronic disorder. They are not two separate phenomena connected by coincidence. They are the same phenomenon expressed in two dimensions simultaneously. If your car is filled with accumulated garbage, your finances are filled with accumulated energetic leaks. Small bad decisions compounding over time, small commitments broken, small disciplines abandoned. If your body is neglected and soft, your will is neglected and soft. The deeply seductive lie that most people live inside is this: when I have money, I will create order. When things improve, I will become disciplined. When life gives me the resources, I will treat them properly. This is precisely backwards. This is the thinking that guarantees the conditions never improve. Money does not come to impose order on a chaotic life. Money amplifies whatever is already present. If your foundation is chaos and you receive a large amount of money, you will simply be a chaotic person with larger problems. The statistics on lottery winners are not accidental. Most are broke within 5 years because the internal architecture was not built to hold what arrived. The Code of Solomon demands that you reverse the sequence. You prepare the house for the guest before the guest arrives. You create the order, the structure, the conditions of dignity and quality now, with exactly the resources you currently have. You begin treating yourself as the king before the kingdom materializes. Because the kingdom materializes in response to the king, not the other way around. The holiness of silence. No iron tools. There is a detail in the biblical account of the temple's construction that seems minor and is actually everything. The stones were cut and shaped at the quarry, so precisely, so carefully, that when they arrived at the construction site, no hammer, no axe, no iron tool of any kind was required. The temple was built in absolute silence. The temple arose in silence. Hold that image against the reality of your daily existence. We live in the most distracted era in human history. Your phone interrupts you approximately every 5 minutes. The television runs in the background of your home like a constant low-grade fever of stimulation. Social media notifications arrive like a persistent crowd tapping on your shoulder. Every app, every platform, every algorithm has been engineered by some of the most sophisticated minds on the planet toward a single purpose: to pull your attention away from whatever you are building. In this environment, the most sacred creative force inside you, the intuition, the quiet voice of genuine wisdom, the signal beneath the noise, cannot be heard, cannot even register. It is drowned before it forms. Real wealth is created in silence. This is not spiritually romantic language. This is observational fact. Study the working environments of the most creatively and financially productive people in any field, and you will find, without exception, protected zones of silence, deep work, extended periods of unbroken concentration where the world is fully excluded. Iron tools, technology, noise, interruption, the algorithmic machine of distraction, must not be heard in the holy place. Because your attention is not just a resource, it is the most expensive resource you possess. Every focused hour you spend on something genuinely important is worth orders of magnitude more than a dozen scattered hours interrupted every few minutes. Establish your silence zones. Protect them with the ferocity of a king guarding the sanctum. The materials: cedar and gold. Solomon did not build with the cheapest available materials. He used cedar of Lebanon for the structure and pure gold for the sanctuary, not as vanity, not for display, but because he understood a principle that most people in the modern world have been deliberately trained to forget. Quality attracts quality. The energy of what surrounds you becomes the energy of what you produce. There is a spiritual illness embedded in what might be called the bargain mentality, the compulsive search for the cheapest option, the obsession with discount and free and good enough. This mentality, while feeling like wisdom or prudence, broadcasts a message to your subconscious that is far more expensive than whatever money it saves. The message is, I do not deserve the finest. I am a person of the second tier. What I build is not important enough to deserve the best materials. And your subconscious, a faithful and completely literal servant, hears this message and works tirelessly to ensure that reality matches the decree. Building your inner temple does not mean spending money you do not have on empty symbols of status. Solomon was not a fool who confused cost with quality. It means one pair of exceptional shoes that last 10 years and carry you like a king is genuinely worth more, in every sense that matters, than 10 pairs of cheap shoes that hurt your feet and disintegrate in 3 months. It means the food that genuinely nourishes your body is not a luxury. It is the fuel of the engine that must carry your highest ambitions. It means surrounding yourself with objects, environments, and inputs that carry genuine quality, craftsmanship, intention, care. When you touch quality consistently, something shifts in your sense of what you deserve, in your sense of what is possible for you. Begin eliminating the ugly from your environment. Not because beauty is superficial. Beauty is the language that speaks directly to the unconscious, below words. An ugly environment sends a continuous low-frequency signal that you have accepted a diminished life. Begin there. The hierarchy of access. The temple was not open to the public. It had levels of access, each more sacred than the last. The outer courtyard, accessible to the general population. The holy place, accessible only to the priests. The Holy of Holies, accessible to one person, the high priest, 1 day per year. You are the temple, and the most likely cause of your energy leak, your chronic fatigue, your inability to maintain focus on what actually matters, is that you have opened every chamber to anyone who arrives. You expose your deepest creative visions to people who cannot hold them. You let the opinions of strangers and casual acquaintances penetrate your Holy of Holies and rearrange what lives there. You allow the noise of mass media, of social conflict, of other people's panic and cynicism to enter before you have even finished your first coffee of the morning. You have no guards at the doors. Solomon's Code demands sacred boundaries. The outer courtyard of your life, your public presence, your social interactions, can be generous and open, but your inner circle must be earned. And the innermost chamber, your highest dreams, your covenant purpose, your core identity, is accessible to you and to the source of your being, and to no other. Protect the access. Place guards at the doors. The people who belong in the outer courtyard will not destroy you when they remain there. It is when you invite them into the sanctum that the damage occurs. The architecture of habit. A temple does not stand on open ground. It stands on deep foundation stones driven into bedrock. Your foundations are your habits, not your intentions, not your aspirations, not your beliefs about yourself. Your daily habits, the patterns of behavior that happen whether or not you feel motivated, whether or not inspiration has shown up, whether or not the conditions feel ideal. Motivation is weather. It comes and goes according to forces you do not control. Discipline is bedrock. It remains regardless of weather. Solomon's temple had a precise liturgy, a sequence of actions performed at specific times regardless of what was happening in the kingdom. Sacrifices at this hour, incense at that hour. The eternal flame maintained without interruption. The sequence did not wait for mood. It did not require inspiration. It was structural. Do you have a personal liturgy? Or do you wake each morning and simply react to whatever the day throws at you? Truly powerful people design their days as ceremonies. The morning ritual, silence, physical movement, nourishment, intention setting, prepares the instrument. The work ritual, protected blocks of deep concentration, places the stones. The evening ritual, reflection, gratitude, preparation for genuine rest, closes the temple for the night and allows the work to settle and integrate. Without structure, you are water without a vessel. Water without a vessel is not powerful. It is just wet ground. Only water that has been given form by a container can be directed with force. The body, the first temple. Before building any external structure, you must tend the temple you already inhabit. Your body is not a vehicle for carrying your head from one meeting to another. It is the only instrument through which every experience of wealth, love, creativity, and meaning occurs in this dimension. And you cannot think at the level you need to build what you are called to build while maintaining the body at the level of chronic depletion. Solomon's physical bearing radiated authority. Every account of those who encountered him describes a presence that was immediately recognizable as different. Something in the posture, the quality of the gaze, the ease of movement. How is your posture right now? Shoulders forward? Chest collapsed? Eyes toward the ground? That posture is not neutral. It is a continuous signal sent from your body to your brain, specifically to the systems that regulate testosterone, cortisol, and the neurotransmitters that determine whether you feel capable or defeated, expansive or contracted. Straighten, lift the chin, open the chest. Take up the space that belongs to you. Treat the body as a king treats his finest horse, the animal that carries him into battle, not as a pack mule to be loaded with whatever and driven until it breaks. The finest fuel. Regular training that builds genuine strength. Rest that is deep and real. Hydration, cleanliness, attention. A powerful spirit living in a neglected body is a lion in a glass cage. It will eventually break what confines it, but the breaking is always expensive. The law of the vacuum. Before anything can be built, the ground must be cleared. Solomon's temple required the clearing of Mount Moriah before a single foundation stone could be laid. You cannot build the new on top of the old without first making space. Many of you are accumulating old clothes that carry the energy of who you used to be. Papers representing decisions long past their relevance. Digital accumulations. Grievances held like precious objects. Limiting beliefs that once protected you from a pain that no longer threatens. This accumulated weight is not neutral. It is a drag. A constant, low-level expenditure of energy required simply to carry what is no longer serving you. The principle here is not minimalism as an aesthetic choice. It is the physics of vessels. If your cup is already full, even if what fills it is stagnant water, nothing new can enter. Pursue ruthless clearing. Throw away what is broken without sentiment. Give away what you are not using. Clean the physical spaces of your life until the air changes, and it will change, visibly and immediately. And you will feel something lift from your shoulders that you had forgotten you were carrying. That lightness is readiness. That is the feeling of a vessel prepared to receive. The central purpose, the ark. An empty temple, however magnificent its construction, is just an impressive building. What made Solomon's temple more than architecture was what resided at its center, the Ark of the Covenant. Inside the Ark, the tablets of the law, the organizing principle, the why. What is at the center of your life? This is not a question to answer quickly. Answer it honestly. Why do you want money? If the answer is to purchase the markers of status or to be envied by those who dismissed you, your temple is empty. You are building a beautiful shell around a void. And voids in grand structures are not peaceful. They echo. You need a sacred purpose, something that is genuinely larger than your ego, something that would still matter even if no one ever saw it, knew about it, or rewarded you for pursuing it. When your ambition is aligned with genuine service, when what you are building serves something beyond your personal accumulation, your structure becomes indestructible. Not because the universe plays favorites, but because when you are genuinely connected to a purpose beyond yourself, the quality of your daily decisions changes at the root. You stop making the small compromises that seem harmless and compound into collapse. Define your arc. What is your covenant? What truth are you willing to defend regardless of cost? Put that at the center. Everything else will organize itself around it, the way planets organize themselves around a source of gravity. Chapter 3. The Tongue of the Birds, the Power of the Word. Legend records that King Solomon possessed a gift unlike any other monarch in history. He knew the tongue of the birds. He could sit in the gardens of his palace and hold genuine conversation with hoopoes, eagles, and doves. They brought him intelligence from the furthest corners of the world, information no human spy could access, no ambassador could deliver. He was also said to command the ruach, the wind, directing it to carry his fleet or summon rain at the precise moment it was needed. The rational modern mind hears this and files it under mythology, under poetry, under the kind of story people told before science replaced imagination. But you, who have been decoding this system since the beginning, already understand that in every sacred text, the literal surface is only the shell. The symbolic core is the nourishment. Solomon was not communicating with birds in any literal sense. The tongue of the birds is an ancient metaphor for high-frequency awareness. Birds fly above the noise and confusion of ground level. They see the patterns of terrain that are invisible from within it. They represent elevated thought, intuitive perception, and the capacity to receive information that comes from a source deeper than analysis. And ruach, the Hebrew word Solomon used for wind, is the same word used throughout Scripture for both breath and spirit. It is the animating life force. It is what God breathed into Adam's nostrils to make him a living being. What the legend is transmitting is this: Solomon was a master of the spoken word. He understood that the human voice is not merely a mechanical system for transmitting information between organisms. He understood that the voice is shaped wind. It is spirit converted into sound waves that travel through matter. And those sound waves carry the capacity to reorganize what they pass through. Carl Jung approached the same territory from a different direction. He was fascinated by the power of language to create or destroy the psychological reality of the person using it. He observed that the stories people told about themselves, The habitual language they used to describe their experience, their identity, their capacity, had a determinative effect on what they were able to become. Not because belief is magic, because language shapes attention, and attention shapes neural architecture, and neural architecture determines what the brain is capable of perceiving as possible. The tongue of the birds and the psychology of narrative are the same insight 3,000 years apart. In Genesis, creation begins with speech. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Not God thought about light, not God worked to produce light. God said. Sound preceded form. The spoken word was the tool of original creation. And you, made in the image of that Creator, carry the same instrument in your throat. The question is how you are using it. Abracadabra, the master key. Everyone knows the word. From cheap stage magic, from children's birthday parties, from cartoons. Abracadabra, the magic word. Its actual origin is Aramaic, the language spoken by Jesus of Nazareth, a language closely related to Solomon's Hebrew. It derives from the phrase avra kadavra, which translates with absolute precision as, "I create as I speak," or, more dynamically, "I will create while I speak." This is not mysticism. This is the master key. Reality is not the solid, fixed thing you have been trained to perceive it as. At the quantum level, matter is primarily space, atoms vibrating at frequencies that produce the appearance of solidity. Everything in the material world is vibration at different frequencies and densities. Your voice is also vibration. There is a beautiful scientific demonstration called cymatics. Sand is spread across a metal plate. A sound frequency is introduced through the plate. The sand, loose, random, disordered, immediately organizes itself into precise geometric patterns. Different frequencies produce different patterns with mathematical elegance. Sound creates visible order in physical matter. When you speak, you are producing vibrations that pass through the sand of your reality. If the sound you produce is, "I am a disaster with money. I always end up broke. I'm not someone who succeeds at things," what geometric pattern do you think is being etched into the structure of your life? What configuration of neural pathways, habitual responses, perceived opportunities, and unconscious self-limitations is being reinforced with every repetition of that sound? You are creating a pattern of scarcity and limitation. Every time you speak it, you are redriving the pattern more deeply. And then you look at your life, see the pattern that your own language has been inscribing for years, and say, "You see, I was right. I really am that way." The Code of Solomon corrects this confusion with brutal precision. You do not describe your reality because it is true. Your reality remains true because you keep describing it. You have confused the echo for the sound. You believe the problems exist and then you speak about them. The metaphysical truth is that the problems persist because you keep giving them your breath, your ruach, your animating life force. You are literally speaking them into continuous existence. If you withdrew your word from your problems, if you stopped feeding them with your voice and your attention, they would begin to die of energetic starvation. Your silence is the death of the obstacle. The complaint syndrome. Involuntary self-destruction. Most people are practicing a form of unconscious self-destruction through language every single day. They are doing it habitually, automatically, without any awareness that it is happening, and it is costing them everything. It is called complaining. Complaining is the most perverted possible use of the creative power of the word. It is a negative decree, repeated with emotional intensity, aimed directly at your own future. I'm sick of this job. My life never goes the way I plan. I always get this way in winter. I always get sick. That's just how things are for me. Analyze that last phrase carefully. I always get sick in winter. That is not a description. That is an order. You are issuing a command to your immune system. When December arrives, lower the defenses. Let the pathogens in. It is what we always do. It is who we are. And your body, a faithful servant, genuinely trying to honor the identity you have established, obeys. And then you say, "How unlucky I am." It is not luck. It is cellular obedience to a royal mandate you issued without knowing you had the authority. Solomon wrote in Proverbs, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit." He did not write some things. He wrote death and life, the most absolute of all possible pairs of opposites, both in the power of the tongue. You can kill a relationship with what you say. You can destroy a child's sense of their own possibility with a few careless words delivered at a moment when they are most open. You can speak your own future shut with enough repetition. Or you can give life. You can restore someone's hope with a single well-placed sentence. You can speak healing and authority over your own body. You can decree a future and watch reality begin to organize itself toward what you have spoken. Every time you open your mouth, you are signing a contract. Read what you are signing. The power of I am. The two most structurally powerful words in any language, when combined, form the foundational declaration of identity. I am. In Hebrew, this is the name God gave to Moses when Moses asked what to call the one who sent him. I am that I am. The self-referential ground of being. Whatever you place after I am is not a description. It is a label you press into the substance of your soul. Your subconscious does not have a sense of humor. It does not understand irony, exaggeration, self-deprecating comedy, or rhetorical hyperbole. It registers instruction received. And it works around the clock to maintain consistency with every instruction you have given it. When you say, jokingly, "I'm such an idiot, I can never remember anything," your subconscious registers, "We are an idiot. We do not remember things." And it will helpfully ensure that you continue to forget things in order to maintain the coherent identity you have established. The Code of Solomon demands absolute vigilance at the gate of I am. Never, under any circumstances, complete that phrase with something you do not intend to embody. Never say, "I am broke," "I am old," "I am unlucky," I am someone things don't work out for. These are not thoughts. These are decrees. They are orders you are issuing to the most obedient servant you possess. But this comes with a necessary precision. Do not lie to yourself. If you have $5 in your account and you try to decree, "I am a millionaire," your conscious mind will recognize the obvious falsehood and reject it. The decree will have no power, not because decree itself is ineffective, but because the internal contradiction cancels the signal. Instead, use language that is genuinely true and simultaneously directs your attention toward what you are building. Not, "I have no money," which closes every door and trains your perception to see only what confirms the lack. But, "I am actively developing new sources of income," which is true, and which opens the neural pathways associated with creation and possibility. The Silence of Solomon, the Golden Box. If speech is silver, silence is gold. This is not a metaphor about being reserved at social gatherings. This is a hydraulic law. If you feel the internal pressure of an emerging vision, the excitement of an idea that has not yet been shared with anyone, that pressure is fuel. It is the compressive energy of potential that has not yet found its form. It is steam in the boiler. That pressure will drive you to build. But if you make the mistake of sharing your vision prematurely, if you explain it fully to your friends, walk them through your entire plan, receive their reaction whether it is applause or criticism, something deflates. You go home afterward and the urgency is gone. The pressure has been released. Why? Because your brain received the dopamine of telling, the social reward of having shared something exciting, without requiring the actual work of building. The release happened through the mouth. The engine has no pressure. The train does not move. The code says, "Keep your dreams sealed in a golden vessel." Share them only with those who are actively involved in building them with you. Seek no external validation. Let the pressure rise. Let it build until the only possible release is the actual construction of the thing in the real world. The lion does not announce that it is going to hunt. It hunts. The announcement is for those who need witnesses. The lion needs only the prey. The impeccability of the word. Why is honoring your word with radical consistency so important? It is not merely a moral question about being trustworthy. It is structural. It is engineering. Your word is the tool of your creation. It is the chisel. Every time you say you will do something and do not do it, every time you say you will arrive at a certain time and arrive late, every time you say you will pay and delay, every time you say you will begin and do not begin, you are nicking the chisel. You are degrading the instrument. After enough repetitions, when you attempt a genuine decree, when you say with intention, "I am going to build this. I am going to become this. I am going to change the direction of my life," your own subconscious delivers the verdict it has been trained to deliver. This is what you always say. This is noise. You are a person whose word means nothing, including to yourself, and your decree lands with the force of a wet match. But if you practice what the tradition calls radical impeccability, if you honor every word you give, including and especially the small ones, including and especially the words you give to yourself alone with no witness, the opposite occurs. Your subconscious learns through accumulated evidence that your word produces reality, that when you speak, things actually happen. And then the critical decree, the one that matters most, the one that aligns with your deepest purpose, lands with the force of thunderclap. Because every previous word you spoke became exactly what you said it would. Listening, the edge of the sword. Solomon did not only speak, he listened. He asked, at the moment of his most important choice, for a lev shomea, a listening heart. Not more intelligence, not more knowledge, not more power, the capacity to truly hear. Most people are so filled with their own internal noise, the running commentary, the cycle of complaints, the rehearsal of past grievances, the anxiety about future scenarios, that the quiet signals, the genuinely important information, cannot reach them. The birds, those sudden clear intuitions, those unexplained aversions that arrive before any logical explanation, those moments of inexplicable certainty that something important is available right now, these signals are high frequency and brief. They come fast and go fast. They do not repeat themselves loudly. If you are shouting, internally or externally, you cannot hear them. In every negotiation Solomon conducted, he listened before he spoke. He gathered information. He understood the actual position of the other person beneath the stated position. He heard what was not being said. And when he finally spoke, his words landed with surgical precision because they were based on genuine understanding rather than the assumption of it. The word diet, 7 days. Here is a genuine challenge, harder than any physical fast you have ever attempted, because the cravings arrive every few minutes rather than every few hours. For 7 days, 0 complaints. Absolutely 0. Not about weather, not about traffic, not about politicians, not about the condition of your life. When the complaint begins to form in your throat, and it will, dozens of times each day, you close the gate. 0 gossip. Nothing about people who are not present, not softened by calling it concern or information sharing, not justified because it is true. 0 self-contempt. No, how stupid of me. No, I can't believe I did that. No, I'm terrible at this. And before every spoken response, 2 seconds of pause. Is what I am about to say true? Is it necessary? Does it serve what I am building? The first 2 days will reveal something uncomfortable. Approximately 90% of your habitual speech is negative material. Complaints, criticism, gossip, self-diminishment. You will fall silent in many situations because nothing you were about to say passes the filter. That silence is healing. By the third day, something physical shifts. The energy you were burning in chronic negative narration becomes available for use. You will feel it as a subtle but real increase in vitality. By the seventh day, when you do speak, the words carry weight. People listen differently. You listen differently. You have begun to build the tongue of the birds, the capacity for elevated, precise, effective communication. The Royal Decree. Close this chapter by reconsidering what prayer is and what it has become. Most people have been taught to pray as beggars, to approach the infinite, asking whether, perhaps, if it is not too much trouble, something might possibly be provided. This is the language of a person who believes themselves to be at the mercy of an indifferent universe and is hoping against hope to be noticed. Solomon did not pray this way. Solomon made covenants. He spoke as one who already stood within the truth he was affirming, and who was claiming its physical manifestation rather than requesting it as a favor. Scientific prayer, the prayer of the sovereign, does not beg for something to happen. It affirms that it is already present in the realm of possibility and claims it into the realm of form. The difference between hoping it doesn't rain and opening the umbrella. Your affirmations must live in the present tense, not "I want to be wealthy," which perpetually positions wealth in the future, but "abundance flows through me. My capacity for generating value expands daily. I attract the resources required for what I am building." Your current physical reality may contradict this entirely. It does not matter. Physical reality is the echo, the last dimension to respond to the change in frequency. The echo takes time to arrive, but if you keep producing the sound consistently, patiently, without collapsing back into the old language under pressure, the sand will eventually organize itself into the shape of your decree. Drop this in the comments right now. 111. I am the architect of my own reality. My word is law. Write it. It is not performance. It is practice. Begin now. Chapter 4. The Judgment of the Sword. Discernment. Jerusalem, 960 BC. The throne room is packed to the walls. Tension lives in the air like a storm front that is not yet broken. Two women, both of low social station, both desperate, both claiming the same thing, are standing before the king. A living child. One living infant boy. Both women say, "He is mine." The story is this. Both gave birth within 3 days of each other in the same dwelling. During the night, one of them, in sleep, accidentally smothered her newborn. She woke in the dark and, realizing what had happened, made a choice. She switched the infants. She placed her dead son in the arms of the sleeping woman, and she took the living child as her own. In the morning light, both women look at the baby and both say, "Mine." No witnesses, no physical evidence, no records. The word of one against the word of the other. The entire court is at a loss. How can any human being know what occurred in the darkness between two sleeping women and two infants? How can truth be separated from performance when both women weep with equal apparent sincerity? Solomon watches from the throne with what appears to be boredom. He does not launch into philosophical inquiry. He does not call witnesses. He does not commission a committee to study the matter. He raises his hand and issues an order that chills the room to silence. Bring me a sword. The steel clears its sheath. The sound cuts through the air. Solomon speaks without any apparent emotion. Divide the living child in two. Give half to one woman and half to the other. The silence that follows is absolute. One woman, the impostor, responds with a coldness that is somehow more disturbing than rage. Let it be neither mine nor yours. Divide it. The other woman, the real mother, throws herself forward. Her voice comes from a place deeper than strategy, deeper than self-interest, deeper than any calculation. Give the child to her. Do not kill him. Solomon's face changes, just slightly. He has seen what he came to see. He points to the second woman. Give her the child. She is his mother. The sword was never a weapon in this story. It was a diagnostic instrument, a pressure test designed with geometric precision to break through every social performance and reveal the one thing that cannot be faked, the response that originates below strategy, below calculation, below the level of conscious control. Under the genuine threat of total loss, the truth of every heart is instantly visible. Welcome to Chapter 4. Today, we stop being naive. What discernment actually is. The biblical word translated in this context is bina, understanding, or, more precisely, penetrating discernment. It is not intellectual cleverness. High IQ offers no protection whatsoever against the most elementary forms of manipulation. The libraries of the world are full of brilliant people who were deceived by obvious frauds. Bina is visceral intelligence, the capacity to perceive the intent behind the action, the ability to read what lives beneath the surface of what is presented. People lie with enormous fluency and confidence. Words are cheap, the cheapest possible currency in any interaction. Anyone with sufficient practice can say, "I love you. I am trustworthy. This investment is completely safe. I have only your best interests at heart." The naive person processes these words and believes them because they project their own sincerity onto the source. Since I would not lie this way, the reasoning goes, he must not be lying. This naivety, this generous but catastrophic assumption that others share your internal standards, is not kindness. In the world of real consequences, it is a form of blindness that the predatory are trained to exploit. Solomon did not listen to words. He listened to the vibration beneath words. He designed a scenario that would produce an involuntary response, something that arrived before strategy could construct a defense. And he read that response with absolute accuracy. Discernment is the art of asking the question no one expects, of creating genuine pressure, and of reading what emerges from that pressure. It is the capacity to see the skeletal architecture of reality beneath the skin of appearances. The psychology of envy, the false mother. Look at what the impostor said in the moment of the test. Neither for me nor for you. Divide the child. She knew the child was not hers. She had no love for him. She had stolen him in the dark out of the unbearable pain of her own loss. And in the moment when she was offered a resolution that would end her suffering, the real mother would keep the child alive, safe. She chose instead the option that destroyed the child. Because what she wanted was not to have what the other woman had. She wanted the other woman not to have it. This is envy in its purest, most naked form. And Jung, in his clinical work, documented this pattern exhaustively. Envy does not desire. Envy negates. The person in the grip of genuine envy would rather that the good thing be destroyed than that the person they envy should possess it. They would rather the child be cut in half than watch the other woman leave with him alive. This person exists in your life. They may be in your office. They may be in your family. They wear the face of friendship or concern or honest feedback. They are the ones who, when your project begins to gain momentum, say, "I'm just worried about you. I don't want to see you get hurt. Have you really thought this through?" They are the ones who, when you succeed, say, "Well, you got lucky." Or, "Must be nice to have those connections." They are the ones who go quiet when you are happy, and who become suddenly energized when you face a setback. The Code of Solomon requires you to identify the false mothers in your life. Not with anger. Anger wastes your energy. With the same clinical clarity Solomon brought to the throne room. This person is the false mother. This person would divide the child. This person is an agent of dissolution. And once identified, they are not reformed. They are not engaged with at depth. They are held at the appropriate distance, kindly, without drama, without explanation. And the access to your inner kingdom is revoked. The test of loss. How do you apply the judgment of Solomon in the contemporary world? By using the credible possibility of loss as a chemical reagent. You have a business partner who speaks extensively about their absolute commitment to your shared project. Beautiful language, inspiring rhetoric. But something does not quite align. Something your body notices before your mind can explain it. Apply the sword. Create a genuine scenario of potential loss. Tell them, the situation has shifted. I need to restructure the equity arrangement. I need your stake to decrease by 30% for the next quarter while we rebuild the capital position. Observe, carefully and without telegraphing your observation, what happens in that moment. The genuinely loyal partner experiences discomfort, perhaps genuine financial strain, but their response contains the essential phrase in some form: "If that is what the project requires, I will find a way to make it work. Let's solve this together." The mercenary partner, the person whose commitment was always conditional on the reward matching their expectation, responds with, "That is not what we agreed. I'm not accepting that. Find another solution." Their loyalty was never to the shared purpose. It was to their share of the reward. The moment the reward is threatened, the alliance is revealed as always having been transactional. The truth emerges when pressure touches what matters most to a person. Gold is not afraid of fire. Only pyrite, fool's gold, fears the crucible. If someone is deeply offended by being tested, it is because some part of them already knew they would not pass. Emotional detachment, the firm hand. To use the sword, Solomon had to be genuinely willing to do what he threatened. If his voice had trembled, if his eyes had betrayed any hesitation, if any part of his being had leaked the information that the order was not real, the test would have collapsed. The impostor would have held firm. The real mother would not have revealed herself. The test requires genuine willingness to walk away. This principle applies throughout every high-stakes situation you will encounter. In any negotiation, the party that genuinely cannot afford not to reach an agreement has surrendered their most important leverage before a single word is spoken. The other party can smell the desperation, and they will extract every possible concession from it. The party that can genuinely walk away, who would prefer the deal but does not require it, holds real power. Their body communicates a calm that is more persuasive than any argument. The code says, "Do not attach your survival to any single outcome. Be committed to your purpose, absolutely. Love what you are building. Be willing to sacrifice anything except the integrity of what you are building, including the project itself, if preserving it would require you to corrupt what makes it worth building." The willingness to lose, paradoxically, and this is a genuine paradox rather than rhetoric, is what prevents loss. Fear of loss is the precise frequency that predators are trained to detect. The calm of one who holds the sword is what produces respect and, frequently, what transforms the dynamic of a negotiation entirely. Discernment versus judgment. Be careful not to collapse these into each other. Judgment says, "That person is bad." It comes from the ego's desire to feel superior. It positions you as the righteous observer of another person's moral failures. It generates heat, not light. Discernment says, "That person is dangerous," or "This person is incompatible with what I am building," or "This arrangement does not serve the purpose." It comes from clear observation. It is emotionally neutral. It does not require the other person to be evil, only for them to be accurately seen. Solomon did not hate the false mother. He simply did not give her the child. You do not need to hate the people who cannot be trusted with access to your inner kingdom.
You do not need to campaign against the scammer or the manipulator. You simply need to see them accurately. The scorpion is a scorpion. Stinging is its nature, and it cannot help it. And act accordingly. You do not invite the scorpion to sleep in your bed. This is not cruelty to the scorpion. It is responsibility toward yourself. By removing the emotional charge from your observations, you preserve enormous energy. You stop trying to change people whose nature is fixed. You stop being disappointed by people behaving exactly as their nature requires them to behave. You classify. You act. You move on. Intuition, where discernment lives. The sword of discernment is sharpened by silence and by listening. The same capacities developed in the previous chapters. Because discernment does not ultimately live in the rational mind. The rational mind can be argued with, manipulated, confused by sophisticated framing. Discernment lives in the body. Your body has access to an ancient and extremely sophisticated pattern recognition system that evolved over hundreds
of thousands of years before language existed. It processes thousands of microsignals simultaneously, the micro-expressions that cross a face in 1/5 of a second. The slight misalignment between what is said and how the body holds itself. The subtle chemistry of the interaction. You have felt this. You meet someone and something in your stomach contracts. Your neck tightens. A quality of discomfort arrives without any specific reason you can name. But your rational mind, trained to be polite and to give the benefit of the doubt, says, "Don't be absurd. They seem very nice. You have no evidence." And 6 months later, you have been betrayed in exactly the way your body warned you about on the first meeting. The code says, the body does not lie. When the visceral signal arrives, that cold clarity, that inexplicable sense of wrongness, do not override it with politeness. Do not sign. Do not commit. Take out the sword. Ask the uncomfortable question. Introduce the pressure test. Watch what happens. Your inner compass is the most valuable navigational instrument you possess. The work of all the previous chapters, the silence, the structure, the precise use of language, these are precisely the practices that sharpen the compass. They remove the noise that was drowning out the signal. The sword against yourself. The most painful application of the sword, and the most important, is turned inward. Because the most sophisticated and relentless liar you will ever encounter is not an external adversary. It is the part of you that is invested in maintaining a comfortable story rather than confronting an uncomfortable truth. You lie to yourself about your habits. I could stop whenever I truly wanted to, the classic statement of someone who has never actually tried. You lie to yourself about your finances. This is an investment, said about expenditures that are clearly consumption-driven by avoidance. You lie to yourself about your relationships. He will change. She is just going through a difficult period. The core of who they are is different from how they consistently behave. Solomon, in Ecclesiastes, applied the sword to his own ego with a brutality that required extraordinary courage. He admitted, publicly, in writing that would survive for 3,000 years, that all his wealth, all his women, all his legendary architecture and wisdom were vanity. He named his own delusion. He called it what it was. The code demands this of you. Why are you not yet where you know you should be financially? The honest answer does not involve the economy or your background or the particular obstacles your life has placed in front of you. The honest answer involves specific patterns of behavior, the ways you have generated value and then leaked it, the decisions you have postponed, the disciplines you have begun and abandoned. Cut through the justification. It bleeds. That is correct. But only after the cut can genuine healing begin. Prudence, the shield. If the sword is active analysis, the capacity to cut through deception and see clearly, prudence is the defensive art of not being rushed into decisions before the sword has time to work. We live in an environment deliberately engineered to eliminate the gap between stimulus and response. Buy now, limited time only, act immediately. This offer expires. Decide today. This pressure is not accidental. It is the primary tool of every scammer, every manipulator, every bad investment, and every impulsive decision you will ever regret. The entire architecture of the pressure is designed to prevent your rational mind from engaging, to pull the trigger of your emotional response before the sword can be drawn. The king never runs. If someone is pressing you to decide right now, in this moment, without time to think, the answer is automatically no. Not because the opportunity is necessarily bad, but because the pressure itself is the red flag. Any genuine opportunity will survive 24 hours of consideration. If it does not survive 24 hours, it was not an opportunity. It was a trap dressed as one. Time is the acid that dissolves deception. The lie that cannot withstand time eventually reveals itself. The truth that is subjected to time remains true. Sleep on it. Consult your most trusted, most critical advisor. Sit with it until the urgency manufactured by external pressure has subsided, and what remains is your own clear assessment. Now drop this in the comments. 444. I trust my own discernment. I see through illusion to what is. Chapter 5. The Alchemy of Gold, the Energy of Money. In the first book of Kings, chapter 10, verse 14, there is a number that has fascinated theologians and numerologists for centuries. The weight of gold that arrived to Solomon in a single year was 666 talents. The number of the beast. The number of carbon in its atomic structure, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. The number of the material world. For the religiously fearful mind, this is a symbol of darkness. For the mind that understands the code, it is something entirely different. It is the number of complete material mastery. Solomon was not a spiritual man in the sense of someone who renounces the physical world. He was the master of matter. He understood that the physical dimension is built of carbon, of density, of weight, of resistance. and that his mission was to bring spirit into that density, to convert the lead of raw material existence into the gold of a higher civilization. Those 666 talents, approximately 23 tons of gold per year, did not arrive through miracle. They were not dropped from heaven. They were the product of an economic alchemy so sophisticated that it transformed a small nation with no significant natural resources into the financial center of the ancient world. How? Not by pursuing money, by understanding the energetic nature of money so deeply that money pursued him. Carl Jung's psychology offers the essential key to understanding what Solomon mastered: the unconscious relationship between a person's deepest beliefs about money and what money actually does in their life. Jung documented case after case of intelligent, hard-working people who unconsciously sabotaged every opportunity for genuine financial expansion because of what they, at the deepest level, believed money was, and what having it would make them. The code works only when the inner relationship with money has been healed. Today, we heal it. Money is water, the current. In English, the word for money is currency, from the Latin currens, running, flowing, current. Money is designed by its essential nature to flow, to move, to circulate. Like water or electricity, money generates life only when it is in motion. When it is flowing, it activates mills, generates energy, sustains ecosystems. When it stagnates, it becomes a swamp, fetid, toxic, and hostile to life. Most people who struggle financially are trying to catch water by closing their fists around it. The tighter they close, the less water remains. The fear of losing produces the behavior that guarantees the losing. Solomon was a giant aqueduct. The quantities of gold arriving to him were obscene in their scale, and he spent with equivalent magnitude. He built temples and palaces and fortified cities. He paid armies of craftsmen and soldiers and priests. He financed entire fleets of ships. He gave extravagant diplomatic gifts that created the conditions for future alliances. The gold flowed in. The gold flowed out. The system maintained pressure. Your relationship with money is not primarily a financial question. It is an energetic question. What size is your pipe? Are you a narrow straw, crimped by the fear of scarcity? Or are you a conduit through which substantial value can move in both directions? Expand your capacity for flow, and the universe will provide the flow to match it. The paradox of cause and effect. Here is the central secret of Solomon's extraordinary wealth, the one that most people walk right past because it contradicts everything they have been taught. When God offered Solomon any single thing he desired, Solomon did not ask for money. He asked for wisdom, specifically for the capacity to govern well and serve justly. God's response: because you have not asked for riches, here is the wisdom you asked for. And also, here is what you did not ask for: riches and recognition beyond anything the world has seen. He received everything by asking for what was not on the list. The code explains this exactly. Money is an effect, never a cause. The catastrophic error made by the vast majority of people pursuing financial improvement is that they are pursuing the effect while ignoring the cause. They are focused on the money while neglecting the thing that actually produces money, the value that is genuinely useful to other people. It is like trying to warm a room by screaming at the thermostat without lighting the furnace. Money is the applause the world gives for genuine value contributed. It is the way human civilization says, "Thank you for solving a problem I could not solve myself. Thank you for creating something that makes my experience of existence better, easier, more meaningful, more beautiful." Solomon contributed immense value to the ancient world. He provided security. Trade routes under his protection were safe. He provided justice. His legal system was genuinely impartial. He provided knowledge. He systematized philosophy and the emerging sciences of his era. He made the world genuinely better in ways that people could directly feel in their daily lives. And the world paid him in quantities that remain staggering to contemplate 3,000 years later. Stop pursuing money. Begin pursuing the question, what problem that genuinely matters to real people am I uniquely positioned to solve? What can I create or provide that would make a meaningful, positive difference in the lives of those I serve? The size of the financial reward you receive is directly proportional to the magnitude of the problem you resolve and the difficulty of replacing what you offer. If you solve small, easily replaceable problems, you earn modestly. If you solve large, difficult, rare problems, you earn fortunes. The money is not the goal. It is the measure of how much genuine value you have created. When you shift your focus from the measure to the creation, the measure takes care of itself. The myth of money as evil. There is a mental virus that has been running in the collective psyche for so long that most people are not even aware it was installed. It may have been installed in you specifically, and if it was, it is the most expensive software you carry. It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. You have been told in various forms throughout your life that being without money is noble, that money corrupts, that the wealthy are morally compromised, that spiritual purity requires material poverty. If this is what you genuinely believe, if somewhere in the substrate of your beliefs money is fundamentally associated with moral failure, then here is the precise mechanism by which your own unconscious will sabotage every genuine opportunity for financial expansion. Every time you approach the threshold of meaningful wealth, the subconscious alarm sounds. Danger! If I have money, I become what I was taught to despise. And you will, not consciously, not deliberately, find a way to lose it, to spend it on what does not build, to undermine the relationship or the deal or the project that was about to change everything. And you will return to the comfortable position of moral poverty, broke but honest, as the lie goes. Solomon destroys this myth at its foundation. He was simultaneously the wealthiest person on earth and explicitly described in the tradition as beloved by God. The temple, the most sacred structure in his tradition, was not built with good intentions. It was built with 23 tons of gold per year. Poverty serves no one. If you are financially depleted, you cannot genuinely support your family. You cannot contribute to the causes that matter to you. You cannot create the freedom of time and attention required to develop your deepest capacities. Poverty is not humility. It is simply constraint. And constraint that is imposed rather than chosen generates resentment, fear, and the chronic low-grade panic of someone who is always trying to survive rather than build. Money is neutral. It is an amplifier. If you are a generous, conscious, ethically grounded person, resources will amplify your capacity for impact. If your character is undeveloped, resources will amplify whatever is undeveloped in it. The question is never, do I deserve to have money? The question is, who am I choosing to become, and what will I build with what flows through me? Heal your relationship with gold. The healing begins with permission. Permission to want it. Permission to pursue it without guilt. Permission to receive it without immediately finding a way to undo the receiving. The ships of Tarshish, diversification and patience. Solomon had a merchant fleet. Every 3 years the ships returned from Tarshish laden with gold and silver and ivory and exotic materials never before seen in his kingdom. 2 lessons live in this image that the contemporary mind needs desperately. The first is diversification. Solomon did not depend on a single stream. He had multiple avenues: trade alliances, tributes, agricultural exports, manufacturing, the fleet. Each stream was independent of the others. No single point of failure could collapse the whole. The person who depends on a single paycheck from a single employer has placed the entirety of their financial security on a single ship. If that ship sinks, they are immediately without resources. The code demands a fleet, multiple streams of value contribution, the primary income, an investment, a skill monetized as a side engagement, a product, a stake in something building over time. The second lesson is patience. The ships took 3 years to return. The contemporary mind has been trained by the architecture of digital immediacy to expect returns on the timescale of a screen refresh. Instant results, overnight transformation, returns before the end of the quarter. This expectation is not only unrealistic, it produces a cycle of chronic abandonment. You start the project, do not see immediate results, conclude that it is not working, and abandon it. 3 years later, someone else who stayed with a similar project is collecting the gold. The fleet will return, but you must give it time to make the voyage. Launch your ships today. Every investment, every skill you develop, every relationship you cultivate, every piece of value you create and release into the world, these are ships. They will not return tomorrow. Some will take years, but they will return, and when they do, they will be laden. The Dead Sea and the Sea of Galilee. Two bodies of water, fed by the same river, the same source, dramatically different in their nature. The Sea of Galilee is alive. Fish, birds, green margins, movement, abundance. The Dead Sea is exactly what its name suggests. Nothing lives there. The water is toxic with accumulated salt. The difference is singular. The Sea of Galilee both receives and releases. Water flows in from the north and flows out to the south, continuing on its journey and carrying life as it goes. The Dead Sea only receives. It has no outlet. The water arrives and stays and evaporates, concentrating the minerals until nothing can survive in what remains. The miser is a Dead Sea. He accumulates. He hoards. He is terrified of outflow. And his accumulation becomes toxic to his health, to his relationships, to the spirit of those who depend on him, to his own inner life. Solomon practiced strategic generosity. "Cast your bread upon the waters," he wrote, "for after many days you will find it again." The gift is not a loss. The gift is a declaration. I have so much that I can release this. I am the source, not the repository. I can generate more, and I trust this. When you give from genuine abundance, even when the abundance is more aspiration than current fact, you are breaking the pattern of scarcity at the energetic level. You are proving to your own subconscious that you are not a frightened hoarder, but a conscious channel. And channels attract flow. Repositories attract stagnation. When you feel poorest, give something, a portion of your time, your knowledge, a small material gift, your genuine attention. Break the cycle of contraction with a deliberate act of expansion. The universe reflects your signal back to you, amplified. Now, drop this in the comments. 777. I am a channel for abundance. What flows through me multiplies. Write it right now. Plant the seed. How to build your financial temple today. First, your wallet. Take it out. Look at it honestly. Is it worn out, crammed with old receipts, treating the bills inside it as an afterthought? This is not a neutral fact. It is a physical representation of how you relate to money. Purchase a wallet of genuine quality. Organize the bills in order, facing the same direction. Treat what is inside it with the respect that corresponds to what you want it to become. Second, write a letter to money. This exercise sounds absurd until you do it. Dear money, I have blamed you for things that were not your fault. I have called you dirty and dangerous and corrupting. I have pushed you away and then resented you for leaving. I am sorry for the confusion. I forgive myself for the stories I inherited. You are welcome in my life now. This letter is not for sharing. Write it, burn it if you like, but be honest in it. The act of naming the unconscious contract you have been operating under is the first step toward replacing it with a conscious one. Third, before paying any bill, any rent, any subscription, pay yourself first. 10% of everything that arrives, automatically, before anything else is touched. This money is not to be spent. It is to be invested in your expansion. Watching it accumulate, even slowly at first, rewires your relationship with financial security from the ground up. Fourth, examine what you charge for your time, your skill, your work. Whatever the number is, it reflects what you believe you are worth to others. If you have been underpricing yourself, and most people doing exceptional work are, raise your price. Not by announcing it with apology, by simply making the adjustment. The market response will tell you more truth about your value than any internal negotiation ever could. Chapter 6. The Queen of Sheba, the Magnetic Principle. Jerusalem trembles. The earth shakes under the hooves of 1,000 camels. The air is saturated with fragrances the Hebrew population has never encountered. The layered complexity of spices from Arabia, incense from Yemen, perfumes from the highlands of Ethiopia. An endless caravan moves through the city gates, unlike anything Jerusalem has witnessed. At its center, surrounded by an escort of Nubian guards whose physical presence alone commands the clearing of paths, travels a woman of extraordinary power. She is the Queen of Sheba. Makeda, the Ethiopians call her, Bilquis in the Arabic tradition, the most powerful monarch of the entire southern world. She has traveled more than 2,500 kilometers to be here. Through bandit-infested desert, through scorching heat that turns the air itself into something resembling fire, through months of genuine physical danger. She made this journey voluntarily. No one asked her to come. Did Solomon invade her territory? No. Did Solomon threaten her people? No. Did Solomon send an ambassador asking for her presence? No. She came for one reason, a single reason that required no other explanation. She could not resist. The fame of Solomon had traveled ahead of him across every border, every sea, every desert between Jerusalem and the south of the known world. The light emanating from this man and his kingdom was so intense, so unmistakable, that even a queen with her own magnificent kingdom felt the gravitational pull and could not ignore it. She came not because she was summoned, she came because she was drawn. And she did not come empty-handed. She brought 120 talents of gold, precious stones in quantities that had never before arrived from any single source, spices of such rarity and quality that the Bible notes they were never again matched. She gave lavishly. To be near someone who radiated at that frequency, this scene contains the most powerful commercial and interpersonal principle in the entire Code of Solomon, the magnetic law. Do not chase, attract. The physics of attraction. The universe operates through polarities. There is a force that emits, that projects, that initiates, that produces. And there is a force that receives, that attracts, that draws in, that assembles. Solomon represents the emitting pole, fixed, centered in his purpose, occupied entirely with his God, his wisdom, his building, his governing. He is not looking outward for validation, for recognition, for anyone to complete him. He is complete. He is so fully occupied with what he is building that he generates a gravitational field simply as a side effect of his completeness. Sheba, and through her, the world's resources, admiration, and opportunity, represents the attracting pole. She is in motion. She is seeking. She is drawn toward whatever field is strong enough to pull her orbit. The law, that which is genuinely full, attracts that which seeks to be filled. Most people in the contemporary world make the fundamental error of inverting this polarity. They feel empty, lonely, insufficient, inadequate, financially desperate, and they go out into the world to find the person or the opportunity or the deal that will fill them. They broadcast emptiness, and people detect it. In a job interview, the employer smells financial desperation and offers less, because the desperation signals that the candidate has limited alternatives. In a romantic encounter, the person radiating need and validation seeking repels the very quality of connection they are seeking, because genuine attraction is impossible towards someone who needs your attention to feel real. In a business negotiation, the client detects the seller's need to close the deal and uses it as leverage to extract concessions. Neediness is the primary repellent of everything you wish to attract. To activate the code of Sheba, to shift from chaser to attractor, you must kill the need. This does not mean suppressing the desire, which merely drives it underground, where it becomes even more controlling. It means becoming so genuinely absorbed in building your own life, your own work, your own purpose, that the arrival of the Queen of Sheba becomes a delightful development rather than a desperate necessity. When you do not need her, when her presence would enhance a life already full rather than fill a life that is empty, she desires you. The rumor, reputation as precursor. How did the Queen of Sheba learn that Solomon existed? When the Queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 1. Fame, the rumor. What people say when you are not in the room. In the ancient world, reputation traveled by human voice across trade routes. The merchants who left Jerusalem carried stories. The diplomats who returned to their own kingdoms described what they had witnessed. The traders who had conducted business under Solomon's legal system and safety network reported back to those who would follow. Story by story, across years, across vast distances, a myth accumulated. And myths operate at a different level of power than facts. People do not purchase products, they join stories. People do not fall in love with people, they fall in love with the projected image, the myth, that accumulates around a person of genuine substance. Your reputation is the story the world tells about you in your absence. It enters every room before your body does. It prepares the emotional temperature of every interaction you have with someone who has heard it. If the story is, "This person is excellent, extraordinary, rare," doors open before you arrive. Red carpets appear where none existed. If the story is, "This person is mediocre, desperate, unreliable," doors are closing as you approach, and you wonder why every interaction begins with a subtle headwind. You do not build reputation by managing the narrative. You build it by being genuinely extraordinary at what you do, by doing things worth telling stories about. Solomon didn't build a chapel, he built the temple. He didn't write a poem, he wrote 3,000 proverbs. He didn't conduct a transaction, he designed a trade network that reorganized the economic relationships of an entire region. Mediocrity is invisible. Excellence is a signal that crosses deserts. If you want to attract the highest quality partners, investors, clients, collaborators, and opportunities into your life, do things so remarkably well that people have no choice but to tell others about it. Let your results create the myth, and let the myth do the work of attraction before you ever arrive. The mystery, the seduction of what is withheld. The Queen of Sheba did not come because she already knew everything about Solomon. She came because she could not yet know everything and was compelled to find out. She came to test him, to probe the depth of the legend with her hardest questions. Mystery is the engine of genuine desire. If you are completely transparent, completely available, completely readable, you have removed the gap between yourself and the other person's imagination. And desire lives in that gap. Desire lives in the space between what is known and what remains tantalizingly unknown. Close the gap, and you close the desire. The contemporary world encourages total self-disclosure. Every thought posted, every mood broadcast, every opinion aired without the filter of judgment about whether it needs to be shared. This is not authenticity. This is the elimination of the private self, which is the only self that can generate genuine mystery. Solomon lived behind walls, guards, and a protocol that made access to him a privilege rather than a right. To be in his presence required effort, preparation, and a demonstration of worthiness. That difficulty created value. What is scarce becomes expensive. What is universally available becomes cheap. Most people are too available. They answer immediately. They share everything on the first meeting. They reveal their entire strategic hand in the first conversation. They remove every possible reason for another person to wonder, to imagine, to want to know more. Maintain your walls, not as falseness. This is not about being mysterious for strategic effect. It is about recognizing that your interior life is sacred, that the fullness of who you are is not available to everyone who expresses interest, that access to your genuine self is earned, not given freely. Let people wonder about you. Let the wondering pull them closer. The enigmas. Competence under pressure. The Queen of Sheba was not a naive admirer. She was a sovereign in her own right, with her own kingdom, her own resources, her own council of advisors. She was not going to give away 120 talents of gold based on reputation alone. She came to test him. She threw the hardest questions she could construct at him. Riddles, paradoxes, philosophical problems that had no obvious solutions. She tested the substance beneath the glow. And Solomon answered everything. There was nothing hidden from Solomon that he did not explain to her. The lesson: magnetism attracts, competence retains. You can draw people in through the power of your reputation, your presence, your mystery. But when the opportunity arrives and puts you to the test, when the client needs you to actually solve their problem, when the investor wants to see if the intelligence behind the pitch is real, when the partner needs to know if the values are genuine and not performed, you must be able to deliver. When opportunity tests you, you must shine. The high-quality people, the ones worth attracting, are the most discerning. They have been burned before. They have been impressed by brilliant packaging that contained nothing. They will test you, and the test will not be gentle. Study, prepare, deepen your actual competence, so that when the queen arrives with her hardest questions, you can answer them all, with the calm that comes from genuine knowledge rather than the performance of it. The staging, visual seduction. When the Queen of Sheba arrived in Solomon's court, she witnessed something that had nothing to do with what Solomon said. She saw the architecture, the quality and comportment of the servants, the arrangement of the table, the clothing of the ministers, the choreography of the entire operation. The Bible records that when she had seen all of this, not just Solomon's words, but the visible order and beauty of his kingdom, there was no more spirit in her. She was overwhelmed. Solomon understood that every dimension of what could be perceived communicated something about the person responsible for it. The arrangement of the table was not decoration. It was communication. It was evidence. You are the art director of your own life. Every element of what someone experiences when they encounter you, your environment, your clothing, the quality of the surfaces they touch, the smell of the space you occupy, the visual harmony of how things are arranged, speaks before you open your mouth. Beauty is not superficial. It is the most direct path to the unconscious. It bypasses the rational filters and communicates directly with the part of a person that feels rather than analyzes. A space of genuine beauty signals that the person responsible for it is a master of their environment. And mastery of the environment is the most visible evidence of a sovereign mind. You do not need resources to create beauty. You need attention. Cleanliness, order, harmony, good light, the elimination of the ugly. These cost almost nothing. But they change everything about how you are perceived and how you perceive yourself in the space. The exchange. Generosity as magnetism. Many people misunderstand the law of attraction as essentially passive. I visualize, believe, I receive. The universe delivers. I sit and wait. This is not what Solomon demonstrated. The exchange between Solomon and the Queen of Sheba was massive, bilateral, and actively generous on both sides. She gave him 120 talents of gold. He gave unto the Queen of Sheba all her desire, and then everything he gave her out of his own generosity on top of that. The code says, generosity is the lubricant of magnetism. The person who hoards, who calculates, who counts every penny and gives only under visible compulsion, signals to everyone around them the same thing. I am afraid. I am in scarcity. What I have is what I have, and losing any of it is a catastrophe. This signal is not attractive. It does not invite alliance. It does not inspire trust or confidence. It contracts the field around the person, and the field contracts in response. When you give generously, from a place of genuine abundance rather than anxious performance, you broadcast an entirely different signal. You are communicating, I am not afraid of loss because I am the source. I can generate more. What I have is not all I am capable of producing. And this confidence is extraordinarily magnetic. Rich people pursue business with generous people. High-value connections form around people who give value first, without conditions, and trust that the flow will return. Give your best advice without holding the premium version back. Make the introduction without calculating what you will receive for it. Offer your expertise without a meter running. Let the quality of your generosity do what no pitch could accomplish. Detachment, the supreme power. At the end of the visit, the Queen of Sheba left. She turned, and she and her servants departed for her own kingdom. Solomon did not lock the door. He did not beg her to stay. He did not follow her to the border to extend the goodbye. He did not send messages afterward trying to recreate the connection. He opened his hand, and he let her go. This is the highest expression of the magnetic principle, and it is paradoxical in a way that the desperate mind cannot easily accept. Genuine non-attachment to whether someone stays is what makes staying desirable. The butterfly that you pursue and attempt to capture is gone. The one that lands on your shoulder because you are still and beautiful stays as long as it chooses. Solomon knew he was the temple. Visitors arrive, visitors depart. The temple remains. His value was not determined by who was present with him at any given moment. His value was intrinsic, located in who he was, what he had built, the depth of what he carried. If the queen leaves, return to your work. Return to your governing. Return to the construction of your purpose. That steadiness, that non-dependence on any external person or circumstance for the maintenance of your inner equilibrium, this is what will bring the next queen and the one after that. Your value does not leave when anyone leaves. It is yours, permanently, intrinsically. Chapter 7. A Time for Everything. Cosmic Rhythms. In the final years of his reign, King Solomon, now an old man, his hair white, his eyes carrying the weight of 1,000 experiences, sits down to write what will become the most widely read reflection on the nature of time in human history. He is no longer the fire of the young king who asked for wisdom and received a world. He is no longer the obsessive architect of the temple, poring over measurements and materials. He is no longer the magnetic sovereign before whom queens crossed deserts. Now he is the observer, the preacher, the old man who has been to every summit and can report with authority what is actually there. He takes his writing instrument and produces words that will be read at funerals and weddings and graduations for 3,000 years afterward. To everything there is a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to uproot. A time to break down, and a time to build. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain. A time to seek, and a time to lose. A time to keep, and a time to release. A time for silence, and a time to speak. A time for war, and a time for peace. People read this at funerals and hear resignation. They hear the elderly philosopher making peace with the inevitable, accepting loss, softening toward the end of things. They are missing everything. Solomon is not writing about acceptance. He is writing about military strategy at the cosmic level. He is delivering the single most important principle of timing, that anyone who wants to build anything significant will ever need. The code of time. The universe is not linear. It does not operate as a straight upward line of continuous progress. It operates as cycles, as seasons, as rhythms, as patterns that repeat at every scale from the breath to the civilization. The catastrophic error of the contemporary mind is to believe that the rules of progress require constant upward production, always more, always growing, always at the top. Any deviation from this straight upward line is pathologized as failure, as depression, as a problem to be solved immediately. This is not how reality works. It is not how nature works. And when you attempt to operate against the cyclical nature of reality, you do not overcome it. You simply destroy yourself trying. Chronos versus Kairos. Two kinds of time. The ancient Greeks made a distinction that is so important and so forgotten in the modern world that its recovery alone is worth the price of everything else in this entire text. They had two words for time: chronos, clock time, quantitative, sequential, the time that can be measured in seconds and minutes and hours and days, the time that runs whether or not anything of significance is happening in it, the time of schedules and calendars and deadlines, the time of the employee who clocks in at 9 and out at 5, linear time, the time that devours life by turning it into units. Kairos, the time of the right moment. Qualitative, the pregnant instant, the opening, the window when the conditions are exactly correct for a specific action to succeed. The time that cannot be measured in minutes because it is not made of minutes. It is made of significance. Kairos is the king's time. Chronos is the slave's time. Solomon did not watch his hourglass obsessively, counting the sand. He read the signs. He developed the capacity to perceive when conditions were aligned for a specific action, for war, for trade, for building, for rest, and he responded to the sign rather than to the clock. Contemporary life has trapped most of its participants entirely in chronos. They are in a permanent hurry generated by a sense that time is running out. I must be financially secure by 30. I must be married by a certain age. I must have achieved a certain level of recognition by the time my peers have. The hurry disconnects them from kairos, from the perception of the actual moment and its actual qualities. When you are in a hurry, you make the decisions of the moment before the moment arrives. You force relationships that are not yet ready. You launch products that need more development. You close commitments that need more space. You mistake your anxiety for urgency, and your anxiety for urgency ruins things that would have grown into something extraordinary if you had given them their season. Solomon says, "You do not control time. You surf it. Learn to read the wave." The 4 seasons of every endeavor. Your life, your financial trajectory, your relationships, your creative projects, all of them move through 4 seasons as reliably as the natural world does. You cannot skip them. You cannot accelerate them. You can only recognize where you are and respond accordingly. Winter is the season of apparent death and actual preparation. The surface looks empty, no visible growth, nothing arriving, nothing moving, nothing producing. If you panic in winter and attempt to behave as though it is summer, spending energy furiously trying to create what winter does not allow, you will exhaust yourself in futility and destroy what was quietly growing underground. In winter, life does not stop. It descends. It goes underground. Roots develop that will support everything that follows. Winter is the season for reading, for study, for strategic planning, for cleaning and reorganizing the temple, for sharpening the tools you will need when the season turns. Do not try to harvest in winter. Do not launch in winter. Prepare, sharpen, root. Spring is the season of fragile beginning. The first shoots of new growth are present, but they are tender. They can be destroyed by a single frost, a single careless step. The error of spring is treating it like summer, expecting the harvest before the plant has fully established. The strategy of spring is protection and patient cultivation. Water the new growth. Protect it from elements that would damage it while it is still vulnerable. Do not announce it. Do not harvest it. Simply tend it. Summer is the season of aggressive expansion. The sun is high, growth is rapid, energy is available, and the environment supports maximum effort. The summer farmer works from before sunrise until after sunset, because the window of optimal conditions does not remain open indefinitely. The error of summer is treating it like rest, relaxing, pulling back, reducing effort precisely when maximum effort is most supported. Summer is not the time to slow down. Summer is the time to work with full force and total commitment. Autumn is the season of harvest and pruning. The fruit arrives: money, recognition, the results of the previous seasons of effort. These materialize. The error of autumn is believing the abundance will continue indefinitely and spending everything that arrives. The strategy of autumn is to gather deliberately, to collect what the season has produced, to enjoy it genuinely, but to hold a substantial portion in reserve for the winter that follows. And to prune, to cut the relationships, the projects, the habits, the beliefs that no longer serve, to make space for what will grow in the next cycle. Where are you right now? In your financial life, your primary relationship, your health, your creative work. Name the season honestly, not the season you wish you were in. And stop trying to behave like a different season than the one you are actually in. The art of stalking, active patience. The word patience has a terrible reputation. It sounds passive. It sounds like resignation softened by spiritual language. Change the word. Call it stalking. The lion in the savannah spends approximately 90% of its hunting time in complete stillness, watching, reading the behavior of the gazelle, calculating the wind direction, the distance, the timing. Not from laziness, from extreme, focused readiness. Every muscle is engaged. Every sense is heightened. The stillness is not absence of effort. It is the most demanding kind of effort, the maintenance of total readiness without premature discharge. When the gazelle makes the specific movement that creates the window, when Kairos arrives, the lion does not deliberate. It explodes into the full commitment of the hunt. No hesitation, no preparation still needed. Just the complete, immediate, total action that the long preparation has made possible. That is Solomonic patience, the active patience of the stalker. The patience that holds the arrow at full draw, the string taut, the target acquired, waiting for the exact moment to release with maximum effect. Most people release too early. They launch before the client is ready. They propose before the attraction is established. They act before the preparation is complete, and then wonder why the result was not what they planned. Hold the tension. The discipline required to hold it is more demanding than the action itself, but the precision of the result when the moment arrives justifies everything the holding cost. The window that opens and closes. However, and Solomon is explicit about this balance, waiting for perfect conditions is the opposite error of acting too soon. It is the other failure mode, and it is equally expensive. He that watches the wind shall not plant. He that regards the clouds shall not reap. This verse from Ecclesiastes is a direct challenge to the perfectionist and the analyst. If you require all risk to be eliminated before you act, you will never act. If you require complete information before you decide, the decision will always be made for you by the passage of time or by someone else who decided with incomplete information. Kairos is a window. It opens. It is open for a specific period. Then it closes. The window that was available yesterday may not be available in the same form tomorrow. When the genuine signal arrives, the strong intuition, the aligned coincidence, the offer that matches exactly what you have been preparing for, you do not ask for more time to be sure. You jump. You commit completely. You burn the ships and make return impossible, because the only direction from this point is forward into what you have chosen. Doubt at the threshold of genuine commitment is not wisdom. It is the final attempt of the part of you that has benefited from your current position to prevent the change that threatens it. When it is time to act, act with complete authority. The time for strategy is finished. The time for execution has arrived. The Sabbath, the technology of rest. Solomon honored the Sabbath, not merely as religious observance, though it was that, but because he understood something about the nature of productive systems that most contemporary high performers have entirely forgotten. God created the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh. Does an omnipotent being require rest? Obviously not in the way a human body does. So why rest? To allow the work to set, to observe what has been made, to permit the integration that cannot happen during the making. Your most creative, most generative cognitive activity does not occur during focused work. It occurs during the recovery from focused work. The problems your conscious mind couldn't solve during the work period are solved during sleep, during walks, during genuine rest, during the unstructured time when your subconscious can process without interruption. A bow that is always at full draw loses its elastic force. The string becomes permanently stretched. It can no longer propel the arrow with the power it was designed for. The bow must be unstrung periodically to recover its capacity. If you do not voluntarily give yourself genuine rest, if you work through weekends, answer messages through evenings, allow the demands of the working world to saturate every waking hour, the universe will eventually force the rest upon you. Through illness, through breakdown, through the complete depletion of creative and physical resource that makes work impossible. You choose voluntary rest that you design and control, or forced rest at the worst possible moment, at maximum cost. Impatience and debt. Consider what financial debt actually is at its core. It is crystallized impatience. You want the car today, but you do not have the money today. Rather than save until you have the money, which is the Solomonic approach of waiting for the season, you reach into the future and borrow money that has not yet been generated. You bring the future into the present through credit. You are violating the rhythm of time. You are living in summer's consumption while still in winter's resources. Solomon warned with stark clarity, the borrower is servant to the lender. When you go into debt for a want rather than a strategic investment, you become a slave to the past, working now to pay for what you consumed months or years ago. Your future Kairos moments, the windows of opportunity that will arise, will find you already committed, already mortgaged, already owned by previous impatience. The patient person saves and invests. buys their freedom in small increments over time. The impatient person consumes on credit, sells their freedom in the same increments. Respect the gestation time of wealth. A pregnancy requires its full 9 months. If you attempt to deliver at 4 months, you do not have a faster child, you have a tragedy. Premature wealth is fragile wealth. It comes with the weaknesses that proper development would have eliminated. Give the growth its required time. Chapter 8. The Shadow and Vanity, the Ego. Jerusalem, 931 BC. King Solomon is old. His hands, which once lifted architectural blueprints and issued decrees that reorganized the ancient world, now tremble. His eyes, which once carried the precision of a surgeon and the warmth of genuine authority, are now clouded. The gaze has become opaque, a cataract of accumulated cynicism, of pleasures taken and found hollow, of wisdom that arrived too late to prevent the damage. He sits in the most magnificent garden on earth. Peacocks trail their feathers across marble tiles. Fountains create the sound of water over stone. Trees of every known species cast shade over a man who has everything. Everything. His treasury holds quantities of gold that no other sovereign in history has yet accumulated. His palace has been under construction for 13 years, longer than the temple of God itself. His household includes 1,000 women, 700 wives from every royal family on the map, 300 concubines. He has consumed every experience available to a human being, knowledge to its furthest limits, architecture to its grandest expression, pleasure in its most refined and abundant forms, power over nations, the admiration of the world. He reaches for his writing instrument, and he writes the most devastating sentence in the history of human literature. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Hevel, vapor, smoke, breath that appears and disappears before you can close your hand around it. How is this possible? The man who possessed the code, the man who was described as the wisest who ever lived. How does this story end in existential devastation? The answer is simple, and it is terrifying. He forgot the code. He allowed his shadow to win. And Carl Jung, working 3,000 years later with patience at every stage of success and achievement, documented the identical pattern with clinical precision. The greater the light, the larger the shadow. And the shadow that is not recognized and integrated does not remain manageable. It grows, and eventually, in the moment of greatest apparent power, it strikes. The real meaning of vanity. The English translation loses almost everything important about what Solomon actually wrote. The Hebrew word is hevel. It means vapor, smoke, breath. The mist that forms on cold mornings and dissolves before you can decide how to feel about it. Hevel havalim, vapor of vapors, the superlative of insubstantiality. Solomon was not writing that life is not worth living. He was not advising nihilism or despair. He was recording a specific observation with precise language. The material world is real, but it is not solid. It is impermanent in a way that the grasping mind refuses to accept. Try to catch smoke with your hand. You see it. It has form, texture, visual presence. You close your fist around it. When you open your hand, nothing. The smoke was real. Your hand is real. But the two cannot hold each other. The code says the material world is genuinely and entirely real. But permanence cannot be found within it, because permanence is not a quality that the material dimension possesses. Solomon's error, and perhaps yours, is the attempt to locate permanent security within inherently impermanent things. The $1 million that, once accumulated, is supposed to produce final peace. It does not. The day after it arrives, the fear of losing it arrives simultaneously, replacing the fear of not having it. The satisfaction evaporates in approximately the same amount of time it takes to confirm the arrival. The satisfaction was real, but like Hevel, it could not be grasped. And the next morning, the hunger returns in the same form, larger, actually, because the evidence that the previous goal did not satisfy creates anxiety about whether any goal will. Solomon tried to fill an infinite interior hunger with finite external things. And he discovered the law of diminishing returns with a laboratory-scale thoroughness that very few human beings have ever matched. The first glass of wine is extraordinary. The 10th is ordinary. The 20th is destruction. More is not better. More is simply more smoke. The shadow of the sun. Jung wrote, "The brighter the light, the darker the shadow." Solomon's gifts were extraordinary. His intelligence, his capacity for beauty, his power of will, his financial brilliance, his interpersonal magnetism. These gifts produced extraordinary light. But the shadow that grows proportionally with extraordinary light is extraordinary as well. And Solomon's shadow was specifically this: an insatiable appetite for possession, the desire to have everything, all wisdom, all gold, all women, all experiences, all nations, all. This is the shadow of the king archetype, the quality that, when unrecognized and unintegrated, transforms the just king into the devouring tyrant. The person who builds magnificently begins to believe that the magnificence is justification for unlimited acquisition, that the greatness of what has been built entitles them to whatever they reach for next. Jung saw this pattern repeatedly in his clinical work with highly successful people. The entrepreneur who built something genuinely extraordinary and then, precisely because of that success, because of the swelling of the ego that great success inevitably produces, began making decisions that no reasonable version of themselves would have endorsed. The spiritual teacher who built genuine wisdom communities and then became precisely the corruption their teaching was designed to prevent. The philanthropist whose enormous generosity was shadowed by an equally enormous need for recognition and control. They were not hypocrites. They were people with extraordinary gifts who made the critical error of believing that their gifts had exempted them from the psychological laws that govern everyone. They were wrong. Solomon married 700 foreign wives in the name of diplomacy and the pleasure of variety. He told himself, "I am wise enough to remain clear amid this. I can take what I want from these experiences without being changed by them. The gods of their traditions are just cultural curiosities. My connection to my own truth is robust enough to absorb any influence." He was wrong. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, over years of small accommodations, small deviations, small decisions to please rather than to remain centered, his heart turned. He began building temples to the gods of his wives. He began conducting rituals he would previously have found empty. The drift had compounded. The degree of deviation, maintained over sufficient time, had carried him to an entirely different continent. The God Syndrome. Success is a hallucinogenic substance. This is not metaphorical. The neurochemistry of sustained achievement, the dopamine of each new milestone, the serotonin of increasing status and recognition, the feedback loops of a world that increasingly treats your decisions as correct simply because you have made many correct decisions, produces a specific cognitive distortion. You begin to believe that you are the source, not merely fortunate, not merely capable, the source, the cause, the one who made this happen through the superior force of your own genius and will. You forget the mentors, you forget the allies, you forget the timing, the kairos, the windows that opened at exactly the right moment. You forget the countless small things that went right that could equally have gone wrong. You begin to experience your success as evidence of personal superiority rather than as the result of an interaction between your efforts and a world that cooperated. And this is the moment the ring becomes genuinely dangerous. Because the moment you begin to feel exempt from the laws that govern others, you stop applying those laws to yourself. Discipline seems unnecessary for the genius it can no longer contain. Vigilance seems excessive for the one who has already proven they can manage anything. The fortress walls, built with such care, begin to develop cracks you cannot see because you have decided you no longer need to inspect them. The dispersion of the 1,000 wives. Why did Solomon need 1,000 women? Is it humanly possible to love 1,000 people? To maintain genuine connection with 1,000 individuals? Of course not. The number tells you everything you need to know about what was actually happening. He was collecting. He was accumulating. He was treating people as acquisitions rather than as the source of genuine human connection. And in doing so, he destroyed the very thing that the collection was ostensibly designed to produce: presence, closeness, meaning. But the deeper damage was energetic. The Code of Solomon, as understood throughout this text, is fundamentally about focus. The ring works because its authority is concentrated. The temple is built because the resources and attention are focused on a single vision. The sword cuts because its force is applied to a specific point. With 1,000 competing claims on his attention, 1,000 different people with 1,000 different desires, 1,000 different whispers advising 1,000 different directions, Solomon lost his center. His vital force was dispersed across too many points of contact. The clarity of his original purpose became diluted beyond recognition. You do not have 1,000 wives, but examine honestly what is performing the same function in your life. What are the 100 small, compulsive habits that collectively consume the focused energy you need for the work that matters most? What are the platforms, the entertainment streams, the small addictions, the social rituals that fragment your attention into pieces too small to build anything of significance? These are your concubines. They offer moments of relief and stimulation and the temporary satisfaction of immediate gratification. And they extract, in payment, the concentrated force that your most important work requires. Reclaim the focus. Return to the one thing. The temple is built by attention that is not diverted. The Golden Prison. Solomon wrote in Ecclesiastes, "The abundance of the rich will not permit him to sleep." Consider the perfect irony embedded in this sentence. You work with enormous effort to accumulate resources that will give you security. You sacrifice years of your life, your attention, your relationships, your health, in service of the day when you will have enough to finally rest, when you will have enough to finally be at peace. And then you arrive, and you discover that what you have accumulated is not security. It is a target. Now there is something to lose. Now there are people who want what you have. Now there are forces, inflation, market conditions, the envy of others, the unreliability of business cycles, that threaten what you spent so many years building. The gold that was supposed to serve you has become your employer. You are now working for the gold, maintaining it, protecting it, worrying about it, organizing your entire life around its preservation. The prison is gilded, but the bars are real. The code offers the only genuine solution, and it is not the renunciation of wealth. It is the transformation of identity. Stop being the owner. Become the steward. If you are the owner, every fluctuation in the value of what you hold is a fluctuation in your sense of security and self. Every loss is a wound. Every threat is an emergency. If you are the steward, the manager of resources that are ultimately not yours, but that you are responsible for tending wisely, your identity is not attached to the specific value of what you currently hold. You came here without any of it. You will leave here without any of it. In the interval, you are a caretaker of what has been placed in your hands. Caretakers are not emotionally unaffected by what happens to what they tend, but they are not destroyed by it. Memento mori, the skull at the banquet. To recover from the toxic illusions of the ego, Solomon turned to the one fact that the ego finds absolutely unacceptable. Everyone dies. The wise man and the fool, the king and the beggar. They all come to the same end. One fate for all of them. one destination at the end of every story. This is not a depressing observation. It is the most powerful tool for the recovery of genuine presence and genuine joy that has ever been identified by anyone who has taken the trouble to actually look at the facts of existence. When you accept with genuine clarity that you will die, not as an abstract future event, but as a present reality that is happening continuously, that every breath is one fewer, that this exact moment will not return, something remarkable occurs. The ego loses a substantial portion of its grip. Because the ego's entire project is the construction and maintenance of a permanent story about itself, death makes that project obviously futile. And in the recognition of futility, something more essential is liberated. You stop working to impress people who are going to die. You stop organizing your days around the maintenance of images that will dissolve. You start asking, what do I actually want? What do I actually find meaningful? What would I actually choose if the performance were irrelevant? Solomon reached these conclusions through experience, by accumulating everything and discovering its insufficient weight, by ascending to the highest possible point and finding it emptier than he expected. He arrived at the same place through exhaustion that he could have arrived at through wisdom. You do not have to make Solomon's experiment. He already ran it. He is reporting the results. The gold is not at the top of the mountain. Or rather, there is gold there, genuine satisfaction in genuine accomplishment. But it is not the gold you imagined, and it does not produce what you imagined it would. Happiness was in the valley, in the taste of the wine shared with someone who mattered, in the work done well for the right reasons, in the day lived fully rather than sacrificed toward a future that, when it arrived, proved more able to satisfy than all the previous futures had. Keep a skull on your desk, a symbol of your own mortality. When the business problem seems catastrophic, look at the skull. In the light of your eventual death, how catastrophic is this meeting, this setback, this misalignment of expectations? The skull laughs, and in its laughter is the gift of proportion. Legacy versus fame. Vanity seeks fame, to be talked about, recognized, remembered while alive. The code seeks legacy, to have built something that continues serving after the builder is gone. Solomon, in his vanity, pursued fame. In his wisdom, he created legacy. Today, no one uses Solomon's currency. His palaces are layers of archaeological sediment. The original temple was destroyed over 2,000 years ago. Every physical thing he accumulated has long since dispersed. What remains is his code, his words, his framework for understanding the inner kingdom and the work of becoming sovereign within it. The immaterial survived the material, as it always does. What you do for yourself dissolves when you do. What you do in genuine service of others endures in the changed lives of those you served. If you want permanence, the deep human need that the ego tries to satisfy through accumulation, you will find it only in contribution. In the book written, in the student mentored, in the company that creates genuine value, in the child raised to understand why we work, not only how. Build things that help. The only portion of what you build that will outlast you is the portion that helped someone. Chapter 9. The 72 Names. The Architecture of Alliance. There exists a collection of ancient texts that surfaced in Europe during the 17th century and claimed a lineage stretching back to the court of King Solomon himself. It is known as the Lemegeton, the Lesser Key of Solomon. Its first and most studied section, the Goetia, is a meticulous catalogue of 72 spirits that Solomon is said to have invoked, bound, and enclosed in a sealed brass vessel. Each spirit has a rank: kings, dukes, marquises, earls, presidents. Each has a specific domain of expertise. Baal could grant invisibility. Paimon taught all arts and sciences. Bune brought wealth and eloquence. Phoras revealed hidden treasures. Vasago discovered things hidden and lost. The superstitious mind reads this and sees demons, sulfur, and dangerous occult practice. The mind trained by the code reads this and sees the most sophisticated human capital and networking manual ever written. A document 3,000 years ahead of its time on the subjects of talent acquisition, specialization, organizational design, and the management of extraordinary people. Solomon was not invoking supernatural beings. Solomon was building a cabinet of government, an intelligence network, a web of specialized talent that covered every dimension of what his kingdom needed in order to function at the level he was building toward. The 72 spirits were the most powerful and most difficult people in his world: ambassadors, military commanders, master architects, espionage networks, merchant partners, foreign royalty. They were called demons precisely because they were not angels. They were not compliant, gentle, easily managed. They had enormous egos and specific hungers and the capacity to cause tremendous damage if poorly directed. But Solomon had the seal, the authority, the capacity to align their enormous energy with the purpose of the kingdom. And the temple was built. The myth of the solitary genius. Contemporary culture has a profound attachment to the mythology of the individual who transforms the world alone. The brilliant founder in the garage, the lone genius who changed everything through the singular force of their vision. This mythology is almost entirely false. It is a narrative constructed after the fact by reducing the complex collaborative reality of how anything significant gets built into a story simple enough to make a biography. Steve Jobs had Steve Wozniak and hundreds of the most gifted engineers on the planet. Elon Musk employs tens of thousands of the most skilled specialists across multiple fields. Every pharmaceutical breakthrough credited to a single scientist emerged from the work of entire research teams operating over years. Every architectural masterpiece was built by hundreds of workers whose names were never recorded. Solomon did not build the temple. Solomon ordered the temple to be built. He held the vision, maintained the authority, and directed the network of specialized capability that actually placed every stone. If Solomon had attempted to carry the stones himself, to learn the metallurgy and the architecture and the carpentry and the engineering and the logistics, he would have been dead beneath a collapsed wall in the first month, and the temple would never have risen. The code says power is leverage. Leverage means achieving more output from the same or less input. The highest form of leverage is not physical or financial. It is organizational. It is the ability to multiply your own limited time, energy, and intelligence through the coordinated contribution of other people's time, energy, and intelligence. You have 24 hours in your day, regardless of your intelligence, your work ethic, or your ambition. Your single brain, however capable, processes what a single brain can process. But if you have 72 specialized contributors working in service of your vision, if you have their collective hours, their accumulated expertise, their specific genius applied to the dimensions of your project that require exactly what they carry, you are effectively operating with orders of magnitude more capacity than any individual could ever generate. This is not exploitation. This is alliance. Done correctly, every participant benefits more from the relationship than they would achieve independently. The code requires that this be true. Identifying your missing spirits. Why 72? And why with such precisely differentiated domains of expertise? Because Solomon understood that generalism has a hard ceiling. A person who is adequate at everything is not adequate for anything that requires genuine excellence. And genuine excellence, which is the only thing that produces extraordinary results, requires specialization developed over years of focused practice. Consider your own project or business or life honestly. What are the specific capabilities it requires that you do not currently possess at the level required? Do you need a law mage? An attorney so skilled and aggressive that opponents take one look at their involvement and reconsider their position? Do you need a treasure finder, a financial strategist who can identify opportunities and structures that are invisible to the untrained eye? Do you need a herald, a marketing intelligence that understands how to make what you have built impossible to ignore? Do you need a warrior, a sales leader who is genuinely immune to rejection, who finds the word no energizing rather than discouraging? These are not support staff. These are your spirits, your force multipliers, your specialized power, the specific capabilities that your temple requires and that you cannot build without. Your role as the one holding the ring is not to be the smartest person in every room. Your role is to have the most precise possible vision of the temple that needs to be built, and to identify and attract and coordinate the specific capabilities required to build it. If you are the most capable person in your immediate environment, you have assembled the wrong environment. Build a room that intimidates you with the quality of what it contains. The gap between your current capability and the ceiling of your group is the space in which you will grow. The Pact with Hiram, The art of strategic alliance. The most commercially important alliance in Solomon's kingdom was not with a subject or an employee. It was with a peer, an equal, a king. Hiram, the first king of Tyre, was Solomon's most important partner in the construction of the temple. And the nature of the partnership is worth examining with precision, because it is a perfect template for every high-value collaboration. Solomon had what Hiram needed: access to agricultural land, grain and oil exports, the trade routes of the interior. Hiram had what Solomon needed: the finest cedar and cypress in the world, master craftsmen and architects, and the most sophisticated maritime fleet in the ancient Mediterranean. What did they do with these complementary assets? Not compete. Not attempt to acquire what the other had by force. Not attempt to develop independently what the other had already mastered. They made a pact. Solomon provided grain and oil. Hiram provided cedar and expertise. The temple was built with the finest materials in the world, delivered by the finest maritime fleet, worked by the finest craftsmen, because Solomon had the wisdom to recognize what he needed and the relationship intelligence to find and honor the partner who could provide it. There was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they too made a league together. The code demands: seek complementarity, not similarity. The most dangerous partnerships are between people who have the same strengths. Two creative visionaries together will produce extraordinary ideas and no execution. Two operators will execute brilliantly on a vision that is mediocre because neither brought the creative force to challenge it. Look for the piece that is missing from your puzzle, not another version of your own piece. The seal: how to bind powerful people. In the magical tradition, Solomon bound his spirits with sacred seals, symbols of authority that prevented them from acting against the purpose of the king. In the real world, the seal is aligned interest. Nobody works for you out of charity. Nobody produces their best effort in service of a vision they do not personally benefit from pursuing. This is not a pessimistic observation about human nature. It is an accurate one. People work, truly work, at the level that builds things worth building, when their own genuine interests are served by the work. The question for the king is: what does each spirit genuinely want? Not what they say they want in the presence of the one evaluating them. What do they actually want? The status, the compensation, the creative freedom, the specific type of recognition, the stake in the outcome. A master attorney wants significant cases and significant compensation. Offer the case that will make their career and pay them accordingly. A brilliant partner wants meaningful equity in what they are building with you. Offer the stake, not the salary. An exceptional creative talent wants genuine autonomy within a clear vision. Give them the direction, and then protect their creative space from interference. The seal that genuinely prevents betrayal is the seal of mutual benefit. The fact that every spirit is better off inside the vessel than outside it. The moment any spirit perceives that they gain more from departing than from remaining, the seal breaks. Plan accordingly. Diplomacy, the art of bloodless war. Solomon's name comes from shalom, peace, and his reign was, by the historical standards of the ancient Near East, extraordinarily peaceful. His kingdom expanded dramatically during his rule, and relatively little of that expansion was achieved through military conflict. This was not weakness. He maintained one of the most formidable military forces of his era, 12,000 cavalry and 1,400 chariots. He simply preferred not to use it when other options existed. The marriage to the daughter of the Pharaoh of Egypt was not a love story. It was a chess move of surgical elegance. A single diplomatic decision that secured the southern border of his kingdom without the expenditure of a single soldier, a single weapon, or a single diplomatic crisis to be managed later. In contemporary terms, every adversarial relationship that you can transform into a collaborative one eliminates the cost of conflict and creates the surplus of synergy. War is expensive on every dimension: financial, energetic, temporal, emotional, reputational. Commercial peace multiplies resources. Find the shared interest beneath the apparent opposition. Find what you and your competitor both want that you can achieve more effectively together than against each other. Not always possible. Sometimes the interests genuinely cannot be aligned, but far more often than most people attempt to discover. The bronze vessel, the structure that contains talent. Solomon did not invite the spirits to wander the palace at will. He enclosed them in a vessel. He created a container. A company is a vessel. A contract is a vessel. An organizational structure with clear roles, clear expectations, and clear accountability is a vessel. Without these containers, the most extraordinary talent in the world produces chaos rather than a temple. Every member of your network needs 3 things from you. First, clear invocation. Precise definition of exactly what you need from them, why you chose them specifically, and what success looks like. The spirit must know its purpose within the vessel. Second, the pact. A clear agreement about what they receive in exchange for what they contribute. Not vague or aspirational. Specific, documented, mutual. Third, the banishment protocol. The capacity, when necessary, to end the relationship with clarity and fairness when the contribution is no longer aligned with the purpose. The ability to close the vessel to a spirit that has become disruptive is as important as the ability to open it to one who is needed. Without structure, the spirits overrun the magician. The talent overwhelms the architect. The collaborators become competitors, and you spend your entire energy managing the chaos that you created by welcoming extraordinary capability without providing it the container it requires. Chapter 10. The Fall. Final Warning. The year is 930 BC. King Solomon is dead. The funeral was witnessed by delegations from every nation that had ever felt the reach of his influence. Incense layered the air of Jerusalem so thickly that it could be tasted.
The mourning was genuine and massive. But before the body had grown cold in the tomb, something had already begun to fracture. Something that Solomon himself had been creating through years of small decisions, small deviations, small accommodations, building the conditions for an unraveling that would arrive as inevitably as the winter follows the harvest. His son Rehoboam ascended the throne, a young man, raised on gold, surrounded by luxury, trained in comfort rather than difficulty. He had never built anything. He had never faced the kind of genuine constraint that forces character to develop. He had inherited everything and understood nothing. The people, exhausted by decades of taxation that had grown increasingly burdensome to maintain the scale of Solomon's ambition, came to him with a request. Your father's burden was heavy. Lighten it. Give us relief, and we will serve you faithfully. Rehoboam consulted the old advisors who had served Solomon. They gave him the wisdom of experience. Speak kindly to this people. Ease the burden. You will have their loyalty for life. He did not listen to them. He consulted his peers instead, the young men who had grown up beside him in the palace, who had never known hardship, who had no frame of reference beyond their own comfort. And they advised him to show strength by increasing the burden, to demonstrate that he was more powerful than his father. He listened to them. My father put a heavy yoke on you, he told the assembled people. I will make it heavier. My father disciplined you with whips. I will discipline you with scorpions. The kingdom split in two that day. 10 of the 12 tribes departed under a different leader. The unified nation that Solomon had spent his reign building was destroyed in a single afternoon by a young man who had inherited the gold without the code. 5 years later, Shishak of Egypt sacked Jerusalem and stripped the temple of its gold. Everything that Solomon had built with 23 tons of gold per year was taken in a single military operation. The lesson is carved into history with the permanence of stone. Reaching the summit is the achievement of effort. Staying at the summit requires something deeper and more permanent than effort. It requires character. And character is built in the seasons you would rather skip. In the winters you must endure without complaint. In the resistance you must meet without collapsing. In the slow and unglamorous work of becoming before the world recognizes what you are. Solomon stopped building character long before he died. He stopped building it the moment he decided that his accumulated wisdom exempted him from the laws he had once understood with such precision. The law of the drift. Solomon did not wake on any particular morning and choose to abandon the code. There was no dramatic turning point, no conscious decision to become less than he had been. There was only drift. 1 degree of deviation from the course, then 2, then 5. When you are traveling, 1 degree of deviation changes nothing visible in the first hour. In the first day, it is barely perceptible. But after
1,000 miles, you are on a completely different continent from where you intended to arrive. Small accommodations. 1 more exception to a rule. 1 more rationalized compromise. 1 more small indulgence that seemed too minor to refuse. Each one almost imperceptible. The accumulation catastrophic. You recognize this pattern in yourself if you are honest. The fitness routine that was skipped one day for a good reason, then 2 days, then became a memory. The dietary standard that was compromised at one celebration, then at another, then became the new normal. The creative work that was postponed for one urgent demand, then for another, then ceased to feel possible. What you tolerate persists. What persists grows. What grows dominates. The discipline required to maintain standards is hardest precisely when everything is going well, when the external feedback is positive, when success is creating the sense that the discipline that produced the success is no longer necessary. The temptation in the season of harvest is to believe that the root systems which produced the harvest can now be neglected. They cannot. They require exactly as much tending as they did before the harvest. More, actually, because now they must support the additional weight of what has been built. Solomon stopped guarding the temple doors when he was most certain they did not need guarding. By the time the water was at knee level, the structural integrity that should have prevented the flooding had long since been undermined. Guard your standards with equal vigilance in the seasons of abundance as in the seasons of difficulty. The drift is most dangerous precisely when everything seems fine. The 3 violations. In Deuteronomy, long before Solomon was born, the law established 3 specific prohibitions for future kings of Israel. 3 red lines that could not be crossed without consequence. 3 boundaries whose purpose was the maintenance of character against the specific corruptions that power predictably produces. Solomon broke all 3. And the consequences arrived exactly as the law had predicted they would. The first prohibition: do not multiply horses. The horse was the military technology of the era, the tank, the jet fighter, the instrument of intimidating conventional power. Solomon accumulated 12,000 cavalry. What had been strength became paranoia. His security became dependent on the maintenance of force rather than on the integrity of covenant. And the man who trusts only his weapons has already begun to distrust everything else. The second prohibition: do not multiply wives. We have discussed this, the fragmentation of focus, the dispersal of vital force across 1,000 competing claims on attention. But there is a specific dimension worth examining here. Whoever sleeps with you has access to your subconscious. Influence at this level is not always visible. It accumulates slowly, below the threshold of conscious awareness. Solomon allowed 1,000 competing value systems, represented by 1,000 women from 1,000 different traditions, to whisper into his most receptive states. And gradually, imperceptibly, the whispers changed the song. The third prohibition: do not greatly multiply silver and gold for yourself. Note the final 2 words: for yourself. Not, do not generate great wealth. Do not accumulate greatly for yourself. The distinction is between the steward and the hoarder, between the one who uses resources in service of a purpose larger than personal accumulation and the one who accumulates in service of no purpose except the comfort of having more. Solomon began to hoard. He made gold shields and hung them on the walls as display. Gold that did nothing. Gold that served no one. Dead gold. Simultaneously, the taxation required to maintain his personal excess began to crush the people his kingdom existed to serve. He had forgotten whom the kingdom was for. This forgetting is the final symptom of the corrupted king. The moment you lose sight of the people your work is meant to serve, the work has already begun to rot from the inside. The Ivory Tower, the price of disconnection. Solomon built so much, so fast, for so long, that the machinery of his empire required an increasing level of forced contribution from the population. At first, the people accepted this burden willingly. They could see the temple rising. They could feel the glory of belonging to something extraordinary. They understood what their sacrifice was purchasing. But the temple was completed years before Solomon stopped building. After the temple came the palace, which took longer to complete than the house of God and was larger in its scale. Then palaces for his foreign wives, then additional fortresses, then more elaborate infrastructure for an increasingly costly domestic operation. At some point, Solomon stopped walking the streets of Jerusalem. He stopped moving among the people who were building what he had designed. He stopped smelling the sweat, hearing the actual concerns, seeing the actual conditions of life outside his increasingly insulated world. He saw numbers on papyrus, reports from administrators, filtered information processed through layers of people who had learned that the king preferred to hear that things were going well. He became a pharaoh, the same species of ruler his ancestors had fled from Egypt to escape. This is the danger that escalating success creates if you do not actively counteract it. The insulation becomes the prison. The private jet and the exclusive restaurant and the gated community are not evil in themselves, but they progressively eliminate your contact with the ordinary texture of life, with the concerns and realities of the people whose lives your work is supposed to serve. And when you lose that contact, your decisions become progressively more disconnected from the actual impact they produce. You become capable of enormous harm while telling yourself the story of your extraordinary contribution, because you no longer encounter the evidence that would correct the story. Keep your feet in the mud, not as performance of humility, as the actual practice of remaining connected to reality. The Rehoboam syndrome, the failure of transmission. Here is the tragedy that cuts deepest for those who have built something they care about. Solomon was a genuinely great king and a terrible father. He was so consumed by the building of the world, the diplomacy, the temple, the commerce, the writing, the management of an empire, that he did not transmit the code to the one person whose inheritance of it mattered most. Rehoboam received the gold. He did not receive the understanding of why the gold existed, how it had been generated, what principles had governed its creation and maintenance, what responsibilities it carried. He received the outcome without any understanding of the process. The harvest without the knowledge of what had produced it and what would be required to maintain the soil for the next planting. And with the best inheritance in the ancient world in his hands, he destroyed it in an afternoon, because the wisdom that should have been his foundational equipment was simply absent. The Arabic proverb captures it precisely. Hard times create strong people. Strong people create good times. Good times create weak people. Weak people create hard times. Solomon, a strong person, created extraordinary good times. Rehoboam, raised entirely within good times, had never been required to develop the strength that produces them. The cycle completed itself with a speed and decisiveness that must have stunned everyone who witnessed it. The best inheritance you can leave is not money, not connections, not assets. It is the tested capacity to generate and maintain what those things represent. It is the hunger that comes from having genuinely struggled. It is the understanding of how the gold is created rather than simply the gold itself. If you protect those you love from every difficulty, if you ensure they never face real friction, real failure, real consequence, you are not protecting them. You are preventing them from developing the ring. And they will need the ring in a world that will test them regardless of whether you prepared them. Involve them in the difficulty. Let them see the sweat. Let them understand the real cost of what they will inherit. Give them the code, not just the kingdom. The Solomon Paradox. Modern psychology has coined a term, the Solomon Paradox, to describe a pattern that Solomon's life illustrates with painful clarity. The capacity to see other people's problems with great wisdom and perspective while remaining entirely blind to your own. The advisor who gives brilliant guidance about the very mistakes he is simultaneously making in his own life. Solomon saw through the deceptions of the two mothers with instant precision. He navigated the complex dynamics of international diplomacy with masterful intelligence. He wrote proverbs about self-deception, about the dangers of pride and excess, and the loss of perspective, that remain among the most insightful in human literature. And he was utterly blind to the fact that every warning in those proverbs applied to him. The mechanism is the ego's creation of a blind spot, precisely around the areas where it has the most to lose from accurate perception. The self-deceptions that protect our most important vanities are the hardest to see, because the investment in not seeing them is the highest. This is why the jester existed in medieval courts. The fool, the one person whose role was specifically to speak the truth that no one else was permitted to speak, and to speak it in the form of comedy, which made it possible for the king to hear what direct challenge would have caused him to reject. You need a jester. Someone whose access to you is not contingent on your approval of what they say. Someone who will tell you the truth even when the truth is uncomfortable. Especially when the truth is uncomfortable. If everyone around you agrees with your decisions, admires your strategy, compliments your choices, you are in a closed system. You have created an echo chamber that reinforces what you already believe and filters out the corrective signal that would prevent the drift. Cultivate at least one relationship where the rules are different, where your status is irrelevant, where your flaws are visible and permitted to be named, where someone who cares enough to tell you the truth has the standing to do so without fear of consequence. That person is worth more than any advisor you will ever pay. The return. Repentance as wisdom. Solomon did not end entirely in darkness. He ended in Ecclesiastes. Imagine for a moment the wealthiest human being who ever lived, nearing the end of his life, in possession of every possible experience a human being could accumulate, writing a document that says, in essence, I tried everything. I pursued everything. I achieved everything. And I want to report to you from the summit, so you do not have to climb it to find out. The thing you think is at the top is not there. Not because the climbing was wrong, not because the building was wrong, but because the meaning you are seeking cannot be located in any accumulation of external things, no matter how extraordinary. That is an act of extraordinary courage. The ego does not confess its own failure. The ego constructs narratives of justification and alternative explanation for as long as it is capable of constructing them. Solomon dropped the narrative. He wrote the truth. And through the honesty of his ending, he transformed his failure into the most valuable possible gift, the map of the precipice, given to you before you reach the edge. His final words tell you what he found at the bottom of the search. Not the gold, not the architecture, not the wisdom or the women or the recognition. He found the ordinary things he had overlooked in pursuit of the extraordinary ones. Good food, genuine rest, work done well for its own sake, love given freely, the simple, unrepeatable texture of a day lived fully rather than sacrificed toward a future that kept proving insufficient. You do not have to make Solomon's experiment. He ran it completely. He is reporting the results. Conclusion. The coronation of the sovereign individual. We have arrived at the end of the scroll. The last words of King Solomon fade into the echo of history. His palaces have returned to dust under the Israeli desert. His 1,000 women are ghosts in the long corridors of the past. His 666 talents of gold have been scattered across millennia. But the code remains. The code is indestructible, not because it is sacred, though it is that, but because it is not made of matter. It is made of truth. And truth, like the gold Solomon once gathered, does not rust with time. Carl Jung spent his life attempting to articulate the same truth from a different direction. He called it individuation, the process by which a human being becomes, over time, genuinely themselves. Not the self that was shaped by external expectation and the requirements of fitting into what others needed them to be, but the sovereign self. The one that exists beneath all the performances, beneath all the adaptations, beneath all the compromises that were made in the name of survival. Jung said that individuation is the most important and most demanding work a human being can undertake. Not the work of achievement, though achievement often accompanies it. The work of becoming real, authentic, fully inhabited. Solomon called the same destination putting on the ring. They were describing the same journey. Throughout 10 chapters, we have performed something like open-heart surgery on the most fundamental assumptions you carry about what you are capable of, what your inner forces are for, and what becomes possible when you stop being the subject of your own life and begin to be its sovereign. We began with the demons, those raging, chaotic, seemingly destructive forces that religion taught you to fear and suppress. You now know that they are engines, that the fuel of your shadow, directed by the ring of your conscious will toward a purpose worthy of what you carry, is the most powerful force available for the building of anything genuinely significant. We built the temple, the recognition that the external world you inhabit is a direct and precise reflection of the internal order or disorder you maintain. That the work of creating the right container must precede the arrival of what you wish to fill it. That discipline is not the enemy of freedom, it is its prerequisite. We learned the tongue of the birds, the sacred power of the spoken word. That you are not describing reality when you speak, you are creating it. That every habitual phrase, every reflexive complaint, every self-diminishing label you attach to the words "I am" is a decree issued with full creative force. And that the silence from which true speech emerges is itself a form of power. We sharpened the sword, the capacity to see through performance to substance, to read what lives beneath the surface of what is presented, to test the foundations before trusting them with weight, and to apply the same ruthless clarity to your own self-deceptions that Solomon applied to the false mother. We healed the relationship with gold, the recognition that money is an effect, not a cause, that it flows toward genuine value created in genuine service, that your inner relationship with abundance determines what your outer life can hold, and that generosity is not a cost, but the primary mechanism by which the flow is maintained. We became magnetic, understanding that the highest form of attraction is not pursuit, but completeness. That Solomon never chased the Queen of Sheba. She crossed the desert because the light he generated was impossible to ignore. That your work is not to find the opportunity, but to become the kind of person and build the kind of reality that opportunities cannot resist. We synchronized with the cosmic clock, the recognition that the universe moves in seasons, not in straight lines. That your failures are not necessarily evidence of inadequacy. They may be evidence of acting in the wrong season with the wrong timing. That patience is not the absence of effort, but its highest form. And that the window of Kairos opens briefly and must be entered completely when it does. We confronted the shadow and the vanity, the recognition that the greater the light you embody, the more important it becomes to know your own darkness. That success is a hallucinogenic that requires active antidotes. That the ego is not an enemy, but a servant that must never be permitted to sit on the throne it perpetually attempts to claim. We assembled the network,
the understanding that no temple is built by a single pair of hands, that your net worth genuinely is your network's worth, that the 72 spirits, the specialized, powerful, difficult, extraordinary people who carry exactly the capabilities your purpose requires, are available to you if you develop the authority to attract them and the wisdom to align them. And we studied the fall, because the fall is the most important chapter of all. Not to induce fear, but to provide the map. The drift is subtle. The violations are gradual. The ivory tower is comfortable. The echo chamber is pleasant.
Legacy is not secured at the summit. The legacy is secured by the practices maintained on every step of the climb, including, and especially, the last ones when it would be easiest to believe the work is done. Now the question is before you, not in the future, not when you have more resources, not when the conditions are better or the timing is right or you feel more prepared. Now, because royalty does not arrive from outside, it is assumed from within. The external world does not crown anyone. The world only reorganizes itself around the one who has already placed the crown on their own head in the quiet privacy of their own decision. Look in the mirror right now, not at the tired face, not at the worried mind, not at the gap between where you are and where you know you are capable of being. Look past all of that. Look at the throne. The throne inside you is real. It has always been there. You were born with it. And it has been empty for as long as it has been empty because no one told you it existed, or because what they told you made you doubt you had the right to sit in it. You have the right. It is not given by anyone else. It is assumed by the one who decides. The world is waiting for what you will build, not the world of your imagination or the world of your future plans, the actual world, the people who will be served by what you create, who will be elevated by what you build, who will find in the thing you make exactly the thing they needed. They are waiting. They cannot wait indefinitely. No one can. The king is dead. Long live the new king. Long live the new queen. Solomon ran his experiment so that you would not have to run it blind. He built his empire and learned its limits. He reached the summit and reported honestly what he found there. He made the mistakes so that the map exists. He left the code so that the climb could be made with intelligence rather than only with hope. You have the code now. You have the ring. The question of what you build with it is the only question that remains. Now, before you close this and return to the noise of the ordinary world, drop this in the comments. 520. I have received the code. I claim my sovereign self. I begin now. Not as performance, not as social gesture, as a declaration made to the part of you that is listening, the part that has always known the throne was yours and has been waiting for you to claim it. Write it. Mean it. Begin. The code of Solomon is in your hands. Go and build your temple. Carl Jung, Philosophy. Until you make the unconscious conscious, It will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung.